Everyone, thank you for being here and welcome to our finance meeting. I will turn it over to Mr. Patrick to get us started.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. We had a very busy agenda today, well, hopefully we'll get through everything. If not, we'll move whatever we missed to the next Finance Committee meeting. With that, we'll turn it over to Cedric Simon, our Airport Director, for our first general business item.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee. Thank you all for having here. As you all will recall, in the fall of last year, I was in front of both Physical Development and City Council, speaking on the leases to both Freedom Aviation and Bon Air and Davis Air. Those items were both voted on and adopted into resolutions, both 25071 and 090. The respective leases gave their leasees a 5-year lease, and the lease term ends in 2030. Now, the reason I'm here today is there was an error in the resolution as it went out late last year. The resolution that's in your packets today has the corrected date. So instead of ending on 2030, it actually has it ending on 2031. So there was a mistake in the resolution as it went out, and the resolution that's being presented today and will go in front of council tonight just changes that date. So again, there's no significant changes, just this resolution in your packets corrects the error, and I'll be bringing it forward again tonight for vote. And I'd be happy to clarify any points if you have questions.
Go ahead and make a motion. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do a second? All those in favor say
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Okay, well, we will take it to the meeting tonight then.
I'll see you later.
Thank you.
Next item we have your 2026 statewide universal drug testing grant, and we have Taylor from the Adult Recovery Court.
Good afternoon. So I'm here today to ask for approval of appropriation of a grant award from the Supreme Court of Virginia for our statewide universal drug testing grant in the amount of $45,590, which will be for one fiscal year. It will support our program to enhance drug testing in order to comply with state and national drug testing best practice standards. It will pay for lab drug testing with our contracted drug testing partner, which is AberHealth, and MOU is already in place for that, as well as other drug testing supplies such as cups and breathalyzers. And I'll answer any questions.
Any questions?
Is this a repeat grant we received? I know it was already funded. It was a repeat grant.
Yes. We awarded this grant last year, so this will be the second year that we have been awarded this grant.
Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? No? Do on.
Move for approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have our very own Donna Witt with the School Construction Assistance Grant.
Bit like Vanna there. So in 2022, the General Assembly created a new school construction assistance program. So the school started applying for grants for some of the construction projects, which has been a big help because it just adds to helping taking care of our school buildings. So this particular grant is $1,350,000. It was awarded for envelope rehabilitation for EC Glass High School. Now we have a project on our books that council has appropriated funds to, and this will just be another funding source to get that project done. And also it's going to do some work at Dunbar as well. So this is just good money helping us take care of our buildings. So something that we need to appropriate in the school capital fund. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
How did they allocate which school it was going to? Was it in the initial grant that they submitted?
Yeah, the grant they submitted was for EC Glass.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is there any more funds available in that area? Or have they? I know they have a lot of items they need. So is there a certain number of amount we can apply for each year?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
This was, they awarded $530 million for qualifying projects. And the additional funding and appropriations is 170 million in 2025. So hopefully, I think this is something that's a bill in the General Assembly this year for additional construction grants. So hopefully there'll be more out there and schools has been really good to apply for them. This is something that Reed Wotica started when he
Okay.
went to school. This money became available and he started doing those applications and they've continued.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, it passes. We'll entertain that tonight in front of council. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a budget amendment that Donna will explain to you to restore funding to the Reserve for Contingency Fund. Donna?
Okay, and it's not really a budget amendment.
Oh.
So this one's a little convoluted. So when City Council voted to give the $25,000 to the Central Virginia Alliance for Community Living in the 2026 budget, as part of that vote, Councilmember Misjins said, because I had taken this money, recommended it come out of the Reserve for Contingency. And when he called for the vote and made a motion for the vote, he said, but I really want this money to come out of fund balance and make the Reserve for Contingencies whole. So council has already appropriated the funds to go to the Central Virginia Alliance for Community Living. We've already sent them that money. That was appropriated, done. They have the money. This piece is to transfer money from the general fund, unassigned fund balance back into the Reserve for Contingencies to make it whole. So it's simply a transfer out of the general fund balance back to the Reserve for Contingencies, which when you see that report, it just brings it to its full 1.2 million. I know it's a lot. It really is just to make the Reserve for Contingency whole, because that was Councilmember Misjins when he made the motion, he included that with the resolution. The resolution, if you look at the minutes, it wasn't rewritten to include that, but I believe it was the intent that was put out there when council voted. So it has to go back to council to move this money from unassigned fund balance back to the Reserve for Contingency. Honestly, you don't have to do it. The money would still come out of the Reserve for Contingency. It would be fine. But because that was put out there with the vote, I have to follow up on it. So.
Councilman Frawley?
If I understand it correctly, everything in the Reserve for Contingencies goes to the fund balance at the end of the year if it's not used, right? So
That's
if
correct.
we take it from the unassigned fund balance, put it into the reserve balance, and it's not used, it'll just go back to fund balance.
That's correct.
So I would humbly say it's a little duplicitous on our part to just move money when it's really going to be going. If it was substantially more, six figures maybe, but I'd say we just move to the next item.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead, do you have a
No,
question?
I'm just trying to follow.
So it's moving $25,000.
Well, if you look at the Reserve for Contingency report back here, it shows the 25,000 coming out that the nonprofit received the funds, but then this shows it coming back in that makes this whole. So you're right. It's six, half dozen, one way, either way you look at it. So
Okay, so we can either do nothing and not vote on it, or do we need to vote on it?
I think you would have to, if you chose, you could not approve it, but I think it still has to go to vote tonight to full council. If you knew how much time we've tried to figure this out.
Would make it easier for the staff, so I'm trying to figure that part out. We,
It's always easier to do nothing when doing something is unnecessary.
okay, but 'cause they already have the money, so they're getting the money
Yeah, that's right.
regardless. That's,
Yeah,
that's the
Central
main
Virginia.
point, is they got the money.
Yeah.
It's just
The
the way we do
Community
it at Department of
Living,
County.
Alliance for Community Living has the $25,000. This is simply putting the money back from one pot back into this pot to make the reserve for contingencies whole.
At the end.
It'll go back
Yeah,
there at the
at the end, okay.
regardless.
I would request the committee not make a recommendation and it be on the agenda this evening without a recommendation.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so then we'll leave it there.
Back to the table. We have Cedric Simon, our airport director, to talk to you about regional airport parking.
There might be a theme today. Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee. I'm here today to talk about parking lot operations at Lynchburg Regional Airport. Councilmember Feraldi, I believe you brought this up in roll call a few weeks back around the time we announced the United flights. So wanted to kind of give you all a background on parking operations at the airport and also for the public, anyone that wants to listen in on this. Lynchburg Regional Airport is an enterprise fund located in Campbell County. Oh, jumped all the way back. Anyway, enterprise fund located in Campbell County. We have two areas that were used for public parking. Parking lots are used by people flying, renting a car, parking needs not related to aviation. The parking lots at Lynchburg Regional Airport are managed by Reimagine Parking. This company provides customer service functions, maintains the equipment. Right now, the last 3 days, they've been out pushing snow, so getting the spots open for the public. Per their company bio, the Reimagine Parking is North America's leading expert in parking management solutions with decades of experience. So airport parking revenues are categorized as non-aeronautical operating revenues. These revenues are used for airport operating costs. Revenues generated by the airport parking ensure that the airport is self-sufficient and the subsidy is not required from the general fund. So if anyone's been around for a few years, you might remember even back as far as 2015, the airport was taking subsidies. They needed subsidies to stay afloat and they were getting that money from the general fund. Since 2015, we've been able to operate in a surplus and not need any money from the general fund. And part of that is with the help of parking revenues. Working with Reimagine Parking, we've recently installed updated equipment to help with the goal to enhance the passenger experience using the airport. So biggest question, how do we look in comparison to our neighbors? Like that's the biggest thing. Like do people choose other airports because of the parking rates? So at Lynchburg Regional Airport, these are the slides. We are the lowest in the region. You will notice the Charlottesville rate. They have a lot called economy. We have one called economy. They have one called economy. Theirs is a true satellite lot that's not next to the terminal like ours is. So it was titled economy. I left it on the slide. It says $9 versus our 10, but it is not the same product. It is further off of the airport. So we are in line. This is something the team looks at constantly. We work with our concessionaire partner, Reimagine Parking, and we evaluate these to see if they change. Notice RDU, that's one of our biggest leakage airports. We lose a lot of customers from this catchment from our area to RDU. The parking is not in the same ballpark. So that's not really, I don't feel, being factored in when people are choosing to fly to another airport. Parking revenues are important to airports, especially non-hub airports like our size. The adopted fiscal year budget of 2026, we estimated parking revenues to be $585,000. And again, we'll use those for projects. Restroom project, we recently used revenues to match for the restrooms. We've used it for some infrastructure work in the parking lots. In our upcoming airport capital improvement project on Taxiway Bravo, we'll be doing some rehab work on Taxiway Bravo. We'll need local match for that. And parking revenues are one of those places that we get there. If a user comes to us and wants to build hangars, that's something where we'd also use that type of revenue generated by the parking lots for these types of pay-as-you-go projects. That's kind of a brief overview on airport parking. I am happy to clarify any points if you all have any additional questions about parking.
How much is $1 of parking on an annual basis?
$1 change equals out to a change in $78,000 on my budget.
Okay.
Maybe 76, but 70 and a high even number. So I think it was about 76 or 78,000.
So, I mean, what would it take to get the economy for Lynchburg down to 8? I mean, is that a massive cut to what you're looking to do and what you're capable of bonding?
So one of the presentation I'm going to be doing a little bit is on our Q1 and my projected surplus for the year. We're projecting a surplus of 48,000. So if I lose $1, I essentially will be at a deficit. But again, that's all rough numbers, and things could change. We have United coming, so there could be some different economies there. But again, it's tight. Our revenue, if you look at our year over year surplus, there's not a large surplus, and we do use these for pay-as-you-go projects, and it helps our development on the airfield.
I guess where I'm coming from is we're going to have more flights. We're going to see more people utilizing the airport. Can we project what that number would look like and then make it a little bit easier, especially on the 24-hour model? If I'm gone for 7 days, it adds up.
And I agree with you. One of the things that we look at with the airport, with some of our metrics, is also the load factor. So right now, our airplanes are going out with full load factor. So we've kind of found that sweet number, that sweet spot that works, where we're able to still operate in the black and yet still have prices that are very competitive to our neighboring airports. Like whenever a person chooses to fly a different airport, a lot of times I don't believe it. Obviously, if you do choose Lynchburg, you'd feel a little better in your pocketbook, but at the end of the day, people aren't making decisions to choose a different airport based on our parking rates, I don't believe.
I am, and we fly at least 2 to 3 times a year. If I'm driving to Raleigh, for example, I'm taking into account, sure, the parking is one thing, but it's the extra 3 hours in the car. Or do I want to spend, quite frankly, the $45 to Uber to the airport instead? So I'm just saying that there are things that I think we need to have at least consider what the future is going to impact for us. Do we have data on how many folks are on the flights are actually parking at the airport? Do we have a way to cross-reference that? Or is that probably too difficult to gauge?
I don't have an exact way to say that this person parked versus that person used a TNC versus Transportation Network Company versus this person got dropped off. Like, I don't really have, aside from, when we look at passenger experience, when we roll out our next passenger experience, we could roll out survey data. Like, we could figure this type of thing out, as we look forward to our next steps. But as it stands right now with our point of sale, it doesn't show us those numbers.
Final point with where I'm coming from. If we could reduce the parking rate per night to be that much more competitive, and if there is the possibility of incorporate, I don't know what it looks like, but there are 50, 60, what's the largest airplane we have? Is it 80 or so people?
No, right now, both Piedmont American and United SkyWest, when they come in, they're both 50-seat airplanes. So there will be 400 seats a day available out of Lynchburg this summer.
Well, you just told me $1 is 78,000, give or take. If you did 25 cents per head, as an example, I mean, all of a sudden you've now made the parking much more competitive. You can lower it and offset the losses you've had. And you're actually utilizing those who are actually parking to pay for the parking services and equaling out your net loss. That's kind of where I'm coming from. And then what you're also able to do is track with the finances a little bit more what we're capturing.
Yes.
That's all I'm trying to say. I think there are ways we can incentivize using the parking at a more cost-effective rate.
Understood.
No, at least this looks real competitive. When I'm looking at airports, that I don't look at the flight too much as far as the parking costs. To me, at least it's comparable to pretty much all the other ones. The only concern is that if we drop it, it's going to shorten the margin of profit. That's my only concern. Even though I know we got more flights coming in, but it's a little concerning.
And it's finding the balance where we can ensure that we're providing a competitive product for the people flying, and yet not having to come here for a subsidy out of the general fund.
So it's going to be 2 flights to Lynchburg by United,
Yes.
both in the 50 seat.
Yeah. 100 seats a day.
So 100 seats a day. Again, if we were to talk about 15 cents per ticket, you're now able to cut $3 out of the parking fee effectively because you've just talked about almost 500 tickets. And now your revenue is the same, but you've adjusted and made it more competitive to park.
Yes.
That's kind of where I'm coming from. Anyway, we have a lot more to get to. I would like to keep monitoring this and looking at it, especially as United rolls out.
I think it would be important to get some of the United data and see how those flights actually impact the parking revenue. And if we revisit that, 6 months or a year down the road after United is here, we can get a sense of where we are and probably have the ability to have a better conversation based on data rather than projections.
You have to see it might be a balance because might be some people who normally would take one airline now would take the other airline, and not just necessarily new people, but it also might be a trade-off of some sort. You know what I mean? Like instead of going to Charlotte now, I can go straight to DC. So I'm not gonna take the Charlotte flight. I'm gonna take this flight.
That is another thing to consider.
But like we monitor and see how it goes.
And I agree, just for the record, I think this is a great conversation and one I definitely think we should explore once United gets up and running and we see how well it does. And, there's so many creative options too, because I think a lot of our SkyWest users are going to be business, participants. And I think then you can use different things like concepts like kind of business membership parking kind of concepts like that for people that are frequent flyers of that sort. And I love the fact that that your department particularly is usually in the surplus area and can use your own money back into itself and not come to ask us for money all the time, which is great. So there's a benefit, but I appreciate where Councilman Prawley is trying to do is cut some costs for the average person that takes a flight and doesn't want to have to spend a ton of money parking. So I think there's a way that we probably can work together once you see how the public responds to our new services. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Do you have any idea how many people fly in and rent a car and bring the car back?
So that is a number. I don't have it prepared for parking conversations, but yes, we do track the number of rental cars rented. That's our other non-aeronautical revenue that we use. So
Right.
rental cars and parking are the two biggest non-aeronautical revenues that make up our operating budget.
I rent a car in Richmond, drive to Lynchburg, get on a plane. So there's no parking.
Yeah, that would happen.
Well, thank you so much.
All right.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Do you want to keep him there so he doesn't come back down? Oh, yeah. He's already walking away. Okay.
Next up, we have our quarterly reports, and we will begin with the Greater Lynchburg Transit Company and Josh Moore.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Pardon me, I'm still recovering a little bit, so if you can't hear me, just let me know. This is our first quarter report here for this year. There are a couple of things that we're watching this year. Health insurance costs for us have increased again. That does not occur till September. So this report doesn't have a lot of that on, but we've experienced pretty high health insurance increases over the last couple years, which is a theme, I think, for a lot of people. So that's one of those things that just going forward, that fringe number is going to creep further out of alignment because those costs have gone up. Generally, we've had a pretty good under budget time period through here. Passenger revenues are up still, which is both good and bad. That does offset some of the federal funds we get. One thing, advertising revenue showing a decrease here. That is because a lot of that's cyclical. There will be an uptick later on in the next quarter and part of it in the third quarter where some of those contracts get paid. But we've actually are having so far a pretty good year for revenue. The biggest item that's under budget is you'll see for federal operating assistance. Part of that is that as we got into this year, we now do not have enough local match to pull all of our federal funds. So some of that money we will not be able to pull. The other part of this is that in just being very careful for how federal funds are figured, we have to make sure that we're not pulling too much. So at this point, we had not been able to pull any federal funds because the shutdown and all of the work that was going into that previously had paused all of our applications. So we actually just were able to put a draw in for federal funds this morning. So I do want to thank the city for really stepping up and advancing our quarterly payments ahead of time to allow us to keep running. The state advanced us all of our funds for the year ahead of time as well. But that's something that we're going to have to watch in the future is because the federal government, which typically has been very predictable in how the funding is rolled out, has become a little bit less predictable. And the long delays for especially people like us that are dependent on getting those monthly reimbursements for operating expenses can be very difficult. So that number will likely change somewhat now that we're able to put in our actual expenses and come up with some of those numbers. But that's a concern for us in watching that. And we're also going to be looking at making some changes to some of the grant matches, seeing if we can go after some more aggressive matches, local match ratios in some of our funding. That does require more work on our staff to meet those additional requirements, which is why we haven't done it in the past. If we're using all the money, then there's no reason to go after the additional work because you can only draw up to what you can get. That being said, going through and looking in this document, numbers in red, the difference are actually, savings. A couple of things that stand out. We have some higher expenses in other materials and supplies for both administration and a little bit for maintenance. That's partially due to some work that's had to happen on our HVAC systems. They're at the point where they're about a quarter of the way through their lifespan and starting to need those fun things like fan motors and stuff replaced. So that was work that we did here before we got into very cold weather. And then finally for this quarter we ended the quarter with a $12,000 loss. So, we're trending just a little bit below where we wanted to be for the quarter. That's it in a very quick overview. If anybody had any questions.
Any questions?
Yes. Sunday schedules.
Yes. So Sunday service is not directly related to this. Frankly, if I had all the money in the world, I could probably find employees, but Sunday service, the temporary change that we're talking about doing for Sunday service is directly related to the fact that we are just very short on operators. We have been short for a while. It's kind of a floating target. So we will have people come in, we have people retire, we have people leave. And so we've just been treading water for a while. But it's reached the point where we're at such a significant shortage that we're unable to provide the level of service that we want to provide and that our customers expect of us. When you can't easily count that we're going to be there every single trip, then that's really a disservice to our customers and everyone else. And so that's why we're doing these public hearings currently and looking at this Sunday service temporary suspension until we can get enough operators to be able to bring that back up.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, Councilman Ferraldi.
You have $76,000 in fuel and lubricants and nearly $73,000 in other materials and supplies.
Mhm.
Can you talk a little bit? Those are only, substantial numbers outside of the federal operating assistance that I'm seeing.
So are you talking about so the other materials and supplies under maintenance?
Mhm.
So so our total for this period was 37,000. We were under by 73,000. So the budgeted number for other materials and supplies and maintenance was 111.
Oh, I see how you're doing it. Never mind.
We've had some issues with getting our software to export correctly. It's acting funny with formatting. So any number that's different, it's flagging as red, not because it's a negative. Yes.
I'm
But
checking.
yeah, so fuels and lubricants, we are actually, and hopefully this will remain. Fuel prices have been very steady, very stable for a while, which is a very big benefit for us. So that's one of the things that we're saving right now is fuel prices have been low.
I interpreted it as what you were saying.
Yeah, so
That's all good.
in essence, on this one, if it's black, that's where we're over.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Any other questions? No. Okay. Thank you so
All right.
much.
Thank you.
Magnesia looks great.
So thank you much.
Thank you.
And now we'll have Senator Simon again for the third time today with his first quarter financial report for the airport.
Hello again.
All right. Yeah. Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee. Here today to present the first quarter budget report for the Lynchburg Regional Airport. Kind of the bottom line. I'm going to lead with the bottom line. Our revenues have been about where projected. Our expenses have been up a little bit. I'll point out a couple areas that they've been up, and we are still projecting a surplus. So that's the good thing is that we are still, even after everything I have to say. So revenue highlights. Airfield revenue is projected to be about 10,000 more than budget due to recent increase in commercial aircraft landing fee rates. Terminal, the revenue's about $240,000 more due to parking lot and rental car concession revenues. General aviation projected to be 65,000 more due to projected aircraft fuel sales. And other lease property, we have an increase in about $10,000. On the expenses side, our terminal expenses are higher due to utilities and due to custodial services with contracted services. So we're finding more and more expenses on that side. Public safety, our public safety is up both in aircraft rescue, firefighting, and in law enforcement, $115,000. And if you recall some of the other briefings I've done in the past few years, the federal government used to reimburse us. So we had a revenue actually to offset our expenses related to LE, law enforcement. But the federal government ceased that program. That's a priority for airports to put them back. And that's been in a couple bills that have not passed yet. Small projects and equipment expenses are around $400,000 less than budget because we're supporting fewer state-supported projects than originally budgeted. So again, as we're managing our revenues, as we're looking at our expenses, that's another thing that changed. So just in summary, we mentioned United on the last one. The fiscal year 26 is probably going to be too early to talk about United numbers, just because they're coming in at the very tail end of the fiscal. We're talking about Q1, but they're going to be kind of off the conversation for this year. But the bottom line, airport's still projecting an operating surplus for fiscal year 26 of $41,589. So as always, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilman Frawley?
Only that continuing with what we were talking about, if we could separate, where was it? Auto lot parking and rental car, if we can split those into two separate categories, that'd be awesome.
So for my Q2 report, that's what you'd like to see?
Yes, personally. Well,
Yeah.
that way we can actually track
Yeah.
a little bit
You
more.
can see both of them. I gotcha.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No other questions.
No? Mayor, you have any questions? Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cedric. Last time we'll see Cedric today. Yeah, until 7 o'clock. Next, we have Preston Sellers, who's going to walk you through the Juvenile Detention Center, the Children and the Children's Services Act financial reports.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, Mr. Mayor. I'm Preston Sellers. I'm here to present you the Q1 report for Lynchburg Juvenile Detention Center. Through FY26 Q1, the Lynchburg Juvenile Detention Center reported total revenues of $966,761. These revenues included our charges for services, which are payments received from participating localities for youth housing detention center, juvenile services block grant, funds for operational costs, as well as we did receive this quarter, federal reimbursement from USDA. And as you recall, last quarter, I reported that we would no longer get those funds from USDA. This is just the remaining of those funds from last year that we received from USDA, which was a total of $13,000. So moving forward, we do not anticipate getting additional funding from USDA. And right now, our total expenditures through the Q1 were $696,695, and there were no significant differences between this quarter last year. Quick recap, our FY26 Q1 revenue, $966,761. FY26 Q1 expenditures were right at $696,965. So that leaves us that net difference of $269,000. Quick operational snapshot. Right now, our current per diem is $330. Average daily population is 20 youth this quarter compared to 19 in FY25 this same quarter. Lynchburg youth represents 49% of the juvenile in this population during this quarter. As of today, we do have 17 youth in the detention center, 12 of those youth Lynchburg's youth, and the other 5 of surrounding localities. One note to make, I do anticipate as far as expenditures moving forward, we are trying to repair and replace door locks in the detention center. So that's an ongoing process. And hopefully once we get that summarized, I'll be able to share more information with you about that. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Questions?
Do you receive financing from the other localities?
Yes, part of our charges of service, the other localities do pay for their youth that we do house in the detention center.
Okay.
All right. No questions. Thank you so much. You're going to move on to the Children's Services Act Fund? Okay, great.
All right. So also I'm presenting the Children's Services Act Fund, CSA. CSA total revenues through FY26 Q1 were $733,733. Revenue sources included our revenues from Lynchburg City Schools. We had a transfer from the general fund and also our miscellaneous and special welfare. This represents less than a percentage decrease compared to the same quarter of last fiscal year. And some key contributors include our public assistance, where we received our public assistance funds in November this year. So our public assistance funds that we received would not show up on this Q1 report. It'll be on the Q2 report because of the time that we received the report. We was already through the Q1. So you will see a difference when I do my next quarter report. There's going to be an increase in those public assistance funds. Our expenditures through this Q1 were $1,055,777, which reflects about a 2.7% decrease compared to the same quarter last year. And this is decrease is primarily driven by there was an increase in families foster care services funding, so that decreased our total percentage of revenue spent, as well as our special education. Total revenue for a quick recap, our total revenue for the first quarter, $13,720. 13 million, I always get that wrong, $720,709. Our total expenditures were $13,940,765. And that difference, that $220,000 difference, is that we have not received that revenue for our public assistance this quarter. I am happy to answer any questions for you in reference to the CSA.
Any questions?
No questions. Just thank you again for the warming shelters and your staff working with that. We really appreciate that during this time of need.
Yes, no problem. You're welcome.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Tim Mitchell, who will walk you through the water, sewer, and stormwater funds.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman.
Good to see you.
Members of the committee, Mayor. So the first quarter report for the water operating fund. Overall, our revenues are projected to be pretty close to budget, about $33,000 less than budget overall. The categories that I'll go over are the charges for services, which include non-contract water sales, account charges, delinquent charges, connection and availability fees, and then other charges as well. Revenue in this category is projected to be about $163,500 less than budget, and this is primarily related to some declining water consumption overall. If we look at our water consumption history, it's very hard to predict. We have our residential water use, even though we have more residents, our overall water use for residential use is declining. So it's kind of hard to predict, and then weather has a big factor in that as well. The drier the year, the more water is used. Water contracts, we have the 3 surrounding counties, and then also Certainty and Frito-Lay are 2 industrial water contracts. Certainty's water purchases were we're anticipating about $140,000 greater than we expected. So that's primarily the driver related to that. Interest is expected to be pretty close to budget. Our overall expenses are expected to be about $178,000 less than budget. And just kind of digging into that a little bit deeper, we changed their format of our report a little bit this time to try to make it a little easier to see. But so we have it broken down by division. We had in water treatment about $40,000 savings, meter operations about $9,000 over budget, water line maintenance about $27,000 over budget, administration about $136,000 over budget. But I'll explain that a little bit in a little bit more detail. In administration, the primary driver for that is related to some contractual services. But you may recall back in June, we asked City Council for the ability to renegotiate our water contract with Campbell County Utilities and Service Authority. So we haven't secured a consultant yet, but we're working on a consultant to help with that negotiation so we can get a better contract overall with Campbell County. And then we have a new backflow coordinator in our office, and we're required to periodically update our backflow program. So while we have a new coordinator, we want to update our backflow program to make it more consistent across the board and maybe ease some of the burden on some of the businesses and residents that have to have backflow devices. So we want to take a closer look at that. Our electrical costs were higher primarily because we are utilizing throughout the fall. We utilized a whole lot more James River water, so we're pumping a lot more from the James River pump stations. Chemicals are down pretty significantly we rebid the chemicals that we use, and the prices came in a lot lower than we anticipated, so that was good. Non-departmental Operations and maintenance expected to be at budget. Capital outlay is about 40,000 over budget. This was a timing of a vehicle purchase that we anticipated that would occur in 2025, but got delayed to 2026. Transfers to capital at budget, and then debt service, we anticipate that being about $350,000 under budget. This is really because we ended the fiscal 25 year with a lower balance in the line of credit because of some project delays. And when we're trying to project when projects will start, we have about 140 different projects in the works, from the concept to design to construction at any given time, that we're trying to balance and juggle and figure out when that project's going to start, when the spending schedule is going to, what the spending schedule is going to be, and then when we have issues with easements or permits or whatever that can delay a project. So as a result, we end up with a higher fund balance and the capital fund, as well as not utilizing as much as of our line of credit. So we have savings there. Overall, in the water fund, our projected debt coverage ratio is expected to be 1.26, which is above the minimum of 1.2, and our fund balance of 34% is within the target range. And with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions on the water fund.
Any questions on the water fund? No? All right. Okay, it's 3:46, so we gotta speed things up a little bit, but you're amazing and very interesting, but I'm just letting you know where we are on time. So thank you. Keep going. Great.
Two funds more quickly. Revenues in the sewer operating fund are expected to be $886,000 greater than budget. Charges for services, the big driver there is related to septic hauler charges. We anticipate that being $125,000 above budget, as well as cost plus services. This is contract work that we do that we charge cost plus. That's $110,000 above. Sewer contracts revenue is expected to be $383,000 above budget, which is mostly attributable to Frito-Lay. So buy more chips. That's good. Interest and other revenue in this category is expected to be $225,000 greater than budget because we had more money invested at the end of the year. Expenses about $1.3 million less than budget. Big drivers there are a couple big items. We had $350,000 less in chemicals for the same reason that we had the savings in the water fund, lower chemical costs. And then we also budgeted a lot more than we needed to for James River interceptor cleaning. This is the big, large pipe that goes under the park downtown, and it fills up with sediment. So we have to periodically clean that. And we got a really good bid on that project. And then a non-departmental expected to be at budget. Capital outlay is about $400,000 under budget, and that's again related to some timing of when we are receiving a couple sludge trailers at the water resource recovery facility. And debt service, for similar reasons that I mentioned in the water fund, about $334,000 under budget. Our projected debt coverage ratio is 1.45 compared to a minimum of 1.2 and a fund balance of 48. Which is above the minimum range for the fund balance. Be glad to answer any questions on the sewer fund.
Yes, go ahead.
Briefly, for our next meeting, if we can look into how much the, I forget how it was, but just on this particular item, how much the new the new sewer rate netted and brought in versus the surpluses that we're having. I know we're tied by what the state is, but it's been year over year that we have these surpluses, and yet we are mandated to increase these rates. And I think something needs to start being looked into about it, at least addressing it. So that's something I'd like to have us look into at the next meeting.
Okay.
Any other questions? No? Okay, good job. Keep going. Stormwater.
Stormwater, the revenues for stormwater are about $50,000 above budget. About 15,000 of that is related to higher impervious area associated with new development. Another $34,000 related to interest revenue. And transfers from other funds are expected to be at budget expenses. Most of the, just hitting the highlights here, Department O&M expenses about $36,000 under budget. A lot of that's in contractual services and supplies and materials. Other line items are at budget except debt service, which is about $130,000 less than budget due to primarily related to the timing of College Park stormwater project, which was delayed because of easement issues. That project is ready to go now, so hopefully that will get started. And their debt coverage is at 1.65 and fund balance at 29%. Be glad to answer any questions on this.
Any questions? No? Look at you. That was amazing. Well,
Said she can move really fast.
okay. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, general fund. Since this is the first quarter report, it's tracking on budget as anticipated. Our revenues are coming in very close to budget. I'd like to see a little growth there, but not seeing a whole lot. And then real estate hasn't been billed yet through September, nor has personal property. So those two big numbers are not included in this report. If you look at our expenditures, they're tracking slightly higher than 25% for the first quarter. And that's because we have a lot of contracts and payments that we have to make right out of the gate in the month of July. So July is always heavier on our expenditures, but that's anticipated and we work through that. But our departments are doing a good job tracking their expenses, and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? No?
Questions?
No? Look at that. Okay, good job.
Reserve for contingencies, we've already mentioned. So we'll see what the vote is tonight, whether that 25,000 goes back. If not, that's the only money that has been spent at this time out of the reserve for contingency.
Okay.
Our monthly revenue update we have through November. And I told you October was this great month because we had so many special events in Lynchburg. And November, we are back to flat. So sales and use tax, we're about $47,000 above budget. So that's still, we're about $405,000 ahead for the year, which I always like that to be a little more. It's not, but we're just watching that one really closely. Electric, I suspect this is going to be going up in the next few months based on how cold it is, because this is based on consumption. And then meals tax, it is flat. So we're about $24,000 ahead for budget, about $237,000 for the year through November, which we're within 1% of our projection. Would like that to tick up some, but we're right at budget. Same with lodging. We're about 1% ahead of budget of 4.1 million. So we were $47,000 through November ahead of our budget. So again, we're right there at 1% within our projections. Amusement tax, we were flat this month, just slightly ahead of budget. But these are, we're just continuing to watch them. Can't wait to get the December numbers because that really tells you kind of what's happening in Lynchburg. The next report is a vacancy report that was requested to be presented at finance committees. And it was said anytime we do a quarterly report, we'll provide a vacancy report. So this one's run as of January 13th. So this tells you that we've got 109.16 FTEs vacant as of January 13th. So it seems a little high, but 17 of those are in police, 5 are in fire. But we have a recruit academy that started in January, so looking to be filling some of those. And then the last item on the agenda is we were asked to provide, we don't do minutes, but we only record votes. So this is a record of the votes presented at the November meeting. So, and if you all want something different, tell me. But that's it.
Okay. Roll call. Oh, did anybody have any questions about that?
No, ma'am. No questions.
No? Okay. Roll call.
No items.
Anybody have any roll call items?
Nope.
No? No? Okay. Well, then our next regular meeting will be Tuesday, February 24th at 3 p.m. So we are adjourned. So you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to our city council work session, January 29, 4 o'clock. I'll turn you over to Mr. Wendell Bender.
Thank you, Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of City Council. Before you, we have our work session agenda. We have flipped things around a little bit. We're doing closed first, followed by business item briefings, which I'll remind everyone are those opportunities for us to take our time together, staff together with City Council, to ensure that you're informed so that you can make an informed decision at a subsequent meeting. I will highlight, because of timing, with this recent weather, I proposed and declared a local state of emergency. And under our rules, within a certain amount of time, council needs to either affirm or not affirm, or conclude, confirm as it, and end it. And so that's what we're doing this afternoon. Piper and a group of people, Jonathan, will be here to help kind of walk us through that. Work session, we have Downtown Lynchburg Association, who's here to kind of talk to us about some fantastic news from our most recent Bright Nights on the Bluff Lock. It seems like so long ago with all the things that we've seen. And Mayor, before I turn it back to you and where you and your peers will enter into close, if amenable and okay, there was a personnel announcement that I sent to you yesterday and we acknowledged and did today. If I may I call Chief Kenneth R. Edwards Jr. To the table. Yes, after a national search that looked at over 40, we had 44 applicants from 22 different states, many of whom really talked about how amazing this city is and how it supports public safety. The big demonstrative piece is obviously a brand new police headquarters, together with many of the things that you have over the last several years made investments in, which are our people and some of the equipment they use. And so in all of that, we had a robust process that brought us forward, Ken. And while Chief Edwards, I thought, if anything, there are a few things that I'd like to share with you. Chief Edwards brings nearly 3 decades of service to Lynchburg and is widely respected for his steady leadership, strong community relationships, and collaborative approach. He emerged as a clear choice because of his calm, caring leadership style, respect of the community, officers and staff, and deep understanding of the community we serve. Chief Edwards began yesterday building upon his long tenured experience. With day one already in the books, he will continue on his long and tenured experience by engaging with department leaders as part of onboarding and transition and planning. So with that, and I also share in learning all this, I didn't realize that Chief Edwards is also a preacher's kid, that he grew up, his daddy was a Southern Baptist minister, and so I didn't know that before all of that. So I call him the professor now. I get to call him PK as well a little bit. But no, he is Chief Edwards. Please join me in welcoming Chief Edwards.
Thank you. And I just appreciate this opportunity. I appreciate the trust and confidence that City Manager Winter Benda has placed in me, not only through the as interim chief, but through the entire leadership transition period. And I just thank Mayor Taylor and entire council for your support, your encouragement through this process. I look forward to serving in this new role. This morning, I mentioned during the ceremony that while I'll have 30 years on with the police department in a couple of weeks, that I'm going to treat it like day one in that new role as chief of police. And what that means is that I'm going to be intentional on meeting with all the men and women of the police department. That's sworn officers, that's professional staff, that's our emergency communications personnel, and just meeting with them. We've got a great organization, but we also are not going to be complacent, and we're going to make sure that we're continuing to advance the department forward. I'll be meeting with them, and actually I'll be listening more than I'm speaking in those meetings. And that also applies to the community as well. During this entire leadership transition, I have received amazing support and encouragement from all across the community. And we've got a lot of great community partnerships out there. It's part of the culture of the police department. Where I'm the face of the department, it's actually part of our culture for everyone to be engaged in the police department. But I am going to also lead by example with that as well in our community engagement efforts. And again, with city leadership, I just appreciate this and I'm extremely grateful and thankful.
Thank you, Chief. With that, Mayor, back to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Congrats. Thank you.
Yes.
I'll go ahead and read the closed session language into the record. Consideration of the closed meeting to discuss appointments for vacancies to the following boards and commissions: Greater Lynchburg Transit Company, Lynchburg Redevelopment and Housing Authority, Lynchburg Parking Authority, Social Service Advisory Board, Blue Ridge Regional Jail Authority, Planning Commission, Lynchburg Regional Airport Commission, Community Development Advisory Committee, Horizon Behavioral Health Board of Directors, pursuant to Section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. And consideration of a closed meeting to discuss the investment of public funds where competition or bargaining is involved, where if made public initially, the financial interest of the city would be adversely affected, pursuant to Section 2.2-3711A6 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. The subject of the closed meeting being specific to negotiations regarding the investment of public funds connected to solid waste disposal for the city.
May I have a motion to go in closed session? Second. Is there any discussion? No? Cast your votes, please.
Councilmember Friday?
Yes.
Councilmember Missions?
Yes.
Councilmember Reed?
Yes.
Councilmember Timmer?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilder?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Deemer?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
The motion passes. We are now in closed session.
I have, everyone's been positioned upstairs. They're on the way, so.
Okay.
Yeah, close out. Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you for being patient.
yes. So on this, we're doing number 6 first, declaration of emergency, local emergency.
Thought we were on the other side of the moon. I apologize. I want to sit right here in the middle. Sit down. Brian, you're on the other side of the pocket, please. Just, come on in. All right. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members. Thank you very much. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of City Council, thank you for your patience. So during this inclement weather, I declared a local state of emergency. And in so doing, there's a certain requisite time within which that we come before you and you confirm and conclude. So this evening is that opportunity. Ahead of that, because it's a business item briefing and it requires a certain amount of information, I thought it best to bring forward the people who help kind of manage the operations as we move into inclement weather like what we've seen. To my left here, we obviously have Jonathan, Piper, and Brian, whom you all know and know as part of our fire department that hold different titles, and they'll introduce themselves. So I thought it helpful, I hope, to begin with kind of where we've been. And so in this, we'll give an education about the local and what it requires and what we do and what it means and what things are there. But in these moments, in these operations, what you'll find is that we staff or create opportunities usually at requisite times, because I, subsequent to them, send you out some kind of review, some kind of bookend to say, we've met, here's what we're seeing, here's what we're proposing, this is what you're going to, these are the status of operations, whether or not we're closed, open, the things that we're seeing, so that you can model that back to your constituents. So Piper's usually the fulcrum through whom that happens. And we have usually some kind of medium through which that happens, whether or not it's in person, whether or not it's virtual. And many of the people who you've seen, like Gaynell, who's our public works director, and Tim, our water resources person, are people who report out in that posture to say, hey, here's what we're seeing. This is what we're hearing from our forward-facing folks. This is how we're breaking through. This is where we're seeing. And one of the things I wrote you last evening, we've had brand new chains that we've put on each one of our vehicles to respond in this, and they're brand new. And in all of that, because it's been so hard, we've been tearing them up and tearing them through. And good news, and I think Deputy Chief Turner, I don't see him here, but we had two folks from the fire department that rode down to Greensboro yesterday to get chains for fleet, for police, and for fire. So that's how far we're going, because everyone's being impacted. I think now what we're seeing in North Carolina, I don't know that they're going to be as receptive to giving us those chains. So, and other things like salt. So, Mayor, what I thought I'd do is kind of give you kind of what we see, what we work through. And it's usually this team here that helps station and create that opportunity and then provides reports. And what you'll see is Piper at some point is going to call on, and then from probably this vantage point, you'll come forward and kind of give where you've been, what you've seen, and how that works. And please, as this happens, if you have questions, because I know that throughout your constituents have said, I don't know that you've been here. What is trash? How does that work? I want this to be helpful because I don't know if you know it, and she's going to give a weather briefing, and it's all now Piper's fault because she brought this up, but we're looking at probably more snow tomorrow and maybe even into Saturday. So with that, Mr. Mayor, if it's okay, I'll turn it over to Jonathan and the team. Thank you, Jonathan. Do I need to push anything, or are we good?
Am I good? Okay, good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council, for the opportunity to speak about the incredible response by city workforce, and I should say incredible collaborative response by the city workforce as we navigated through Winter Storm and continue to navigate through the remnants of Winter Storm Fern. I can't sit here and begin to tell you and express how appreciative I am to all the collaboration that happened. And the city manager just highlighted one example of that, but there's been a myriad of examples of that, from our warm shelter operations and from snow removal to just handling emergency calls of any description you might imagine. Of course, the fire department, and in our report out, I will address that in just a few moments, but the fire department and other public safety forward-facing departments did face an increase in call volume from slips and falls and things of that nature, as you might expect during any normal event. But the protracted nature of it, given the snows or the ice, resiliency, I'll put it that way, Gaynell, if that's okay, has certainly made this a very difficult storm to navigate and continue to navigate through. And it did and has eaten up some of our chain stockpiles. So we thought it best, with the forecast that was ahead, to go ahead and replenish what we could and make sure we were ready to meet the needs the rest of the winter. So with that, I'll turn it over to Piper to talk about our operational periods. But I would be remiss if I didn't say I was very proud of the efforts from the fire department, from answering the call, the normal operations, and even helping, transport people to and from the shelter, and just be very supportive of the emergency response altogether. Immensely proud of our work. And Piper, I'll turn it over to you and Brian to detail that. But before I begin, I would also be remiss if I didn't say these two individuals right here sitting to my left, to your right, are priceless when it comes to emergency response in this city. And I could not be more proud to work alongside of you and all the contributions you've made. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Wright. So my name is Piper Vandeperry. My title is Emergency Management Specialist. And like Mr. Bendis said, I'm going to start out with what's definitely the most exciting part of the forecast this weekend. So right now they've named the winter storm Gianna. We're expecting 3 to 5 inches of snow this weekend. Our true expectation is right at 4 inches of snow. It's going to be a dry, fluffy snow. Wind might be an issue towards the end. It's going to start tomorrow evening through Saturday night. The wind would be Saturday night into the early morning hours of Sunday morning. And then next week, we're just going to start seeing a little bit of a higher temperature. So Monday through Wednesday, we'll see high temperatures near 40, which I know that doesn't seem very high, but we're excited about it nevertheless. Yes. So at this time, we're not really expecting conditions that will require a full EOC activation. So as a result, our EOC will remain virtual this weekend unless conditions worsen. So what that means for us is that departments are going to stay connected through scheduled coordination calls. We're going to continue monitoring the weather and system impacts, and we are ready to scale back up if we need to at any time very quickly. And this approach aligns with our regional partners. I've consulted with VDEM, who will not be activating their regional coordination center, and I've spoken with Liberty, who will not be operating under a full emergency activation either. So our posture is consistent with kind of the broader regional response to this storm as well. Secondly, I'm going to, exactly what Mr. Bendis said, we're going to kind of demonstrate for you what one of our operational meetings would look like. This kind of keeps leadership aligned, allows us to problem solve in real time when we go through these meetings. So throughout the storm, we held twice daily all hands coordination calls. These calls kind of serve as our operational battle rhythm. They make sure that every department involved in the response has a shared situational awareness. One important thing to note is that this is not all we were doing. The twice daily coordination calls are just kind of one layer of our overall coordination structure. For example, we had smaller functional groups that were meeting independently as needed. One example of that is a shelter coordination group that met at least once daily, in addition to these 2 calls that we were doing with the all hands group. They were helping us make sure that shelter operations were organized, adequately staffed, and fully supported with food, supplies, and transportation. So how the calls work The structure of the calls is very consistent every time. I start with the weather forecast and any emergency management updates, and then we move into department report outs. I'll call on each department one by one, and each department in a normal meeting would tell me how operations went during their last operational period, any expected changes that they have for the upcoming period, any needs, any challenges, any concerns that they have for the next 12 hours. But for this meeting, we're going to, instead of talking about operational updates, each department will briefly summarize their role and involvement in winter storm firm response. And that will hopefully help give you a snapshot of our operations. So we'll go in our standard order, which means we'll start with Public Works.
Thank you. So we started Saturday night with plows and spreaders reported. We concentrated on primary and secondary roads according to our priorities. Once we got those passable and safe, we moved on to residential streets. Monday morning, we actually also engaged with contractors to deal with our very narrow streets in downtown, like in White Rock, Daniels Hill, Cotton Hill, some of the places we got very narrow streets. Our larger trucks will not take care of those. So we engage with that. I've got people that have worked here 20, 25 years, and this has been a very difficult storm to fight with the sleet and the ice on top of it. They say things like they've never seen anything like this since they have worked for the city. As was spoken about before, we were breaking chains, and we've got a chain shop, and we'd have to take chains in and have them fixed. We would get stuck in our own residentials and have to get our loader to come and pull us out. So it was very, very slow going. And we were still working on residentials when I came to City Hall. So been a very difficult storm. Right now, I also want to give a shout out to the custodial staff that got our sidewalk ready for you guys to have a meeting down here. That's another very difficult job. We assisted with city schools. We also, trash collection has been very difficult to manage this week. Obviously, we're not picking up trash, which is going to make things next week much more difficult. And I will finalize, or my last remark is we've spent 4,600 labor hours since Saturday, and 1,300 tons of salt and slag mix, 1,300 tons of materials. So that concludes my report.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Just to kind of give you an overview of kind of what Water Resources does during a snow event and this particular event. We provide 15 plow drivers to Public Works for them to incorporate into their planning and their operations. In addition to that, we are responsible for clearing municipal parking lots and partner lots, like parking lots like the Salvation Army. We do 47 of those lots throughout the city. We also clear snow off the bridges when they get plowed up onto the sidewalks and edges of the bridges. We are out there hauling the snow off that. Currently, we're hauling snow from parking lots and bridges now to make room for this new snow that's coming up. Our meter division provides between 75 and 150 meals each operational shift to the plow drivers and snow removal operations. At Water Resources, we've responded to at least 36 customer calls, including 16 after-hour calls from mostly no water or broken water lines. Another thing that we do is, you've heard about Ion Water. It's the cellular meter technology that we have. We're monitoring that to see if there's leaks and breaks on private water lines throughout the city. We have notified 18 residents that had leaks under 50 gallons per hour that they had a leak. We also have sent out 24 additional, gone out to 24 additional residents and businesses where they had leaks between 50 gallons per hour and 100 or 1,600 gallons per hour, and cut the water off at those businesses proactively to help prevent damage. So sometimes we go out and we actually see water flowing out of the house. We'll cut the water off. We've also dealt with a couple water line breaks, several water line breaks actually, including a meter that blew out. One was on Mayflower Drive yesterday that impacted the LU Emergency Operations Center. They had to temporarily relocate all the businesses on Young Place, including the city's IT facility, the AEP operations facility. And then we had a break last night on Old Boonesboro Road where we had 8 crew members out working on that till 4 a.m. trying to make that repair and getting that repair under control. And then in addition to that, we maintain operational and maintenance staffing for 24/7 operations at our 2 water treatment plants and the Peddler Reservoir and the wastewater treatment plant. And we have to plow the road out to our Abert treatment plant because that's a critical facility. So we beat VDOT, that's out in Bedford County, we beat VDOT with plowing that road and getting that ready. And then we also provide safety functions for water resources and public works. And pleased to report we've had, with all the issues with snow and ice and everything, we've had no accidents throughout this whole operational period. So it's pretty good.
And we have heard and know that our man at Peddler is doing this job.
He is, yes. He's pretty isolated, but he's up there doing his job, providing us water. Yeah.
Next up, we'll call the police department, and they'll report for police operations and the Emergency Communications Center.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council. So the Emergency Communication Center and 911 operations remained at normal call volume until about 7 p.m. Saturday evening. And then that's when the winter weather conditions triggered a sustained increase in the service demand. The elevated activity continued during the duration of the storm, driven primarily by medical incidents, roadway hazards, disabled vehicles, vehicles immobilized due to the hazardous road conditions. Through the storm, we responded to a total of 35 vehicle crashes, 35 disabled vehicles, and 88 hazard calls. I do want to give a shout out. The men and women of the Lynchburg Police Department Emergency Communications Center did an amazing job throughout this entire storm. And I also want to just point out the entire leadership team here and the amazing job that we all did just collaborating together through this. Specifically from the police department, I would like to just mention Lieutenant Malcolm Booker, Captain Adam Sexton, Captain Josh Campbell, and Acting Deputy Chief Nick Leger. The operational plan that they put together leading up to the storm really helped us with the storm. The precipitation just varied in what we were going to get, and they were ready for it. They were able to pivot every time with it. ECC proactively activated AEP notifications and street notifications prior to the storm onset to support coordinated information sharing and provided timely actionable updates to Public Works. The LPD headquarters bunk rooms were prepared to support continuity of operations. We also secured hotel rooms to support essential personnel that was near the Emergency Communications Center. And one thing I'd like to just point out, it's just the longer we are at the new police building, the headquarters there, we just keep adding to the successes with that building. And our people, the shift that worked, so they came in Friday night, and so they were the weekend shift, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night through this storm. And a number of them took care of their families, made the preparations at home, and then they just decided they were going to stay at the police department, at the police headquarters. That would have never happened in the separate buildings we previously were in. They had kitchen, they had power, they had beds, and it really it kept camaraderie up, and the morale up through the storm with that. Again, the staff demonstrated strong teamwork and adaptability, rising to meet the operational demands. We only had one PD vehicle accident which occurred, and that was actually a citizen who slid into the vehicle. So that's amazing with all the vehicles that were out during the storm. We utilized our 4x4 trucks that helped. We actually utilized that in response to calls, as well as taking some of our employees home or picking them up to help get them into work. One challenge that we did have, the LPD headquarters experienced a prolonged power disruption on Monday night. The generators did not fully engage, or power went out in the area, and our generators did not engage as initially designed. We've done a number of testing leading up to this, so that was a bit of a surprise to us. However, proper steps have been taken to mitigate the problem from reoccurring. And another challenge that we did discover, and I think it was more to what we received with the amount of ice that we received, the sleet, that our all-wheel drive Ford Explorers did not perform as well in the weather. So I thank fire department, public works, a number of citizens who helped push us and get us back going again. And so we're looking into that also. We're probably going to have a limited number of snow tires, so some better tread for those vehicles in the future for that. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next, I'll ask Chief Wright if he can report on fire operations.
Sure. Let me spin back up here. I'm sorry?
Point of order. I would like the mayor to make a determination if that comment is appropriate in this venue. I think that is insulting to our city staff, and that is a part of our rules.
Take it easy.
I'm good, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
So we measured our calls by operational 12-hour periods. And starting Saturday, we started tracking the different calls, various calls from car accidents and falls, as Chief Edwards has just described. And we saw an uptick starting really Saturday night on car accidents, obviously. But the one point I wanted to highlight that we were really most proud of is obviously the citizens were taking our message to stay at home and give us the space we needed to prepare for this emergency and to get to the greatest extent possible snow removal. So that was really very helpful. The fire department upstaffed every shift 9 individuals. We staffed 2 4-wheel drive pickup trucks, a medic unit, and also just had 3 additional people for sick leave or for any other reason that might force our hand and give us a little bit of nimbleness. And we started using them as extras on some of our specialty units. So really, we were asked and led by the city manager to prepare for the worst, and I appreciate his leadership going into this. And we did just that. And this was one of the first times that I can remember we upstaffed quite this amount, but it was truly very effective. And Chief Edwards noted morale. It kept our employees' morale up because you're really getting beat up there, especially when people are moving about. Obviously, falls happen, and just like it did to me this morning as I was trying to leave my house. It seems like we made great strides everywhere else, but in my driveway, I didn't do much because I was staying the night at the fire station several nights during this event and at the EOC. But at any rate, we performed really, really well collaboratively in ways in my nearly 32-year career that I haven't seen before. Whether it was helping transport people to and from the Women's Center, or whether it was helping somebody shovel out of their driveway to get their car out so they could go to work, or just a lot of really wonderful things that have happened that, you hate to see this type of event happen in Lynchburg, but one thing that's very clear is Lynchburg is a strong and resilient community because of departments like the city has the good fortune of having, and talent like we have the good fortune of having. You also see that in the citizenry, and thanking us and bringing supplies to support the emergency shelter. It really warms your heart when you see that level of support. And I don't know that everywhere is lucky and fortunate enough to have that, but it has it right here. And so that's something I think we can all be proud of. With that, I'll give back the balance of my time.
Thank you. We'll go to the airport.
It's okay. It's okay. One more tonight. Hello, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Thank you all for having us today. At the airport, we started our operational periods on Saturday evening. My team stood up 12-hour shifts. And we have an FAA-approved snow and ice control plan. So what we look at the airfield and we have priority systems. So my team started on the priority one, the things that we have to take care of. Priority 1, 2, and 3 are the priorities. So my team worked on that. We did have a lot of 10 canceled flights over the weekend between Saturday midday and Monday, whenever the flights kicked back off. There were a total of 10 canceled flights by American Airlines, and then general aviation wasn't really operating. So a few days without flights, but my team was able to continually clear the priority 1 surfaces, most of the priority 2 surfaces, and we didn't really work on the priority 3 surfaces. 12-hour operational periods has been said by my counterparts. It's really exciting to see the collaborative effort and how everybody's pitching in together. From my team, also SMS Custodial, who are not city employees, but they work with us, Protect Fire Services, Midwest ATC Services, everybody, Freedom Aviation, everybody pitches in and makes sure that the job gets done. But yeah, it's really excited, and my team's gearing up for the next one. So that's what I have.
Thank you. We'll go to Parks and Recreation.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. So we began right before the storm began. We have program and facility rental coordination, things like the aviary that we have to make sure we communicate with our citizens and our customers when we're facing such events. We are also in charge of coordinating the Miller Center, which now houses our library hubs, our city market, the Templeton and Jackson Heights centers, and the neighborhood centers to make sure that we can have our snow removal and make sure those facilities are safe. If you remember correct, a few months back when I was able to present to you some numbers from the neighborhood centers, those are vital hubs to the community. Those are a great asset for the folks to be able to go in and utilize our food pantries and our little stores that we have there, particularly in an event like this where a lot of folks still haven't gotten out the driveways. So the walkability of our neighborhood centers are vital for those folks to be able to go and utilize the services and the materials that we have there available for them. This is, like everybody said, been a huge collaborative effort. I can't thank Gaynell and her team and Tim's team enough. Anytime we had an issue with a parking lot or a road into one of our facilities, they were quite quick to respond and provide us access. So it's been a great collaborative event, and a very tough event because of the type of snow that we received. Thank you.
Thank you. Finance.
Good afternoon. So I probably had the easiest job. My job is to work with VDM and with Piper and to collect the expenditures that are directly related to the storm. And so VDM gave us, due to the period of the storm, our threshold was $383,983.74. So I set up a project code, and everyone reports their expenditures to that. And at the end of the day, our estimate when we had to turn it in to VDM was about $340,000. So we were just short of our threshold, which is like good news and bad news. Bad news because it's not going to be reimbursed, but you only get reimbursed a percentage of over your threshold. So, and it's a lot of paperwork. So it was a blessing we didn't have to do the paperwork. But just a shout out to all the departments. Admin really kicks it in, keying that payroll and making sure all the project codes used and collecting it so that we can be as accurate as possible. But these guys really get the kudos. So thank you.
I also have communications and public engagement on my list. Thank you. And just a note, we always kind of wrap up with this department because they have the questions to do all the public messaging at the end of our report out. So
Thanks, Piper. Good afternoon, everyone. I was going to say everyone's really pleased that I don't have any questions this afternoon for the group. Our team has been responsible for public messaging ahead of the storm and letting folks know how the city was getting prepared and throughout. Working with our media partners ahead and throughout. I had a focus team focused on internal communications and operational updates, media relations and press releases, social media production and monitoring, and then all of our websites and Lynchburg alerts. Our engagement was up over 1,000% across our platforms this week. We were out collecting content and doing videos throughout the storm. Gaynell was really thrilled with that. She had over 71,000 views on her first video. And this afternoon, we did a video with April Watson on shelter operations and looking for volunteers for the sheltering operation. So thank you very much.
Dr. Sellers, I apologize. I almost missed you. Human Services, please.
Anna reserves the right to come back to ask
Yeah,
questions.
yeah.
Yes.
Anna reserves the right to come back and ask questions. Yes.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. I'm here to share with you information about the shelter team and what Human Services did as far as this storm is concerned. Human Services, prior to the storm, we began preparing for emergency operations, and that's sort of what we're tasked to do when it comes to emergencies. Human Services worked along with Salvation Army, who was a great partner, allowing us to utilize their gym to house citizens during this time. Our primary shelter, like I said, was the Salvation Army. We focused on overnight safety, warmth, and stability during the severe weather. And staffing that we provided was 24-hour staffing. I have to say, April Watson, my deputy director, and April Rowe, my shelter manager, really managed the whole shelter operation. I have to say thank you to EOC and all our emergency partners who helped our staff with transportation, food, and also security at the shelter. The shelter, we averaged a total of 38 unduplicated individuals, which was about average of 14 individuals a night. We had 30 men and 8 women and 1 family that we had at Salvation Army. We was able to transition them over to the housing unit at the Salvation Army. The shelter coverage right now, we're winding down. It maintains. We maintain the sheltering tonight. We're winding down, though. We're transitioning to more of a volunteer shelter between now and Monday morning, depending on the weather. And we're still prepared to do even more sheltering. That's what we have to do. And I'll let April share any other additional information that I may have missed.
Yeah, no, you covered it. We are beginning tonight, 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. in the morning. Thursday through Monday morning, we are going to be operating more of our volunteer shelter model. And so we are asking civic groups, faith-based communities, volunteer organizations, if they are interested, to please sign up and come support us. We will have staff there leading the shelter, but it always helps to have additional hands on deck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We also would have a representative from Lynchburg City Schools and GLTC in all of our operational meetings. And I have report outs from kind of their operations.
Interject before you go to GLTC. I want to acknowledge that. So why we're doing, so we're briefing you about the declaration that you'll later confirm and close. And in having declared it, what it gave us was opportunities, or availed ourselves of certain elements that we wouldn't otherwise. And so when we talk about the shelter, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Don Sloat in our sheriff's office. So deputies, each time we opened it up, were there with us. So I want to, as part of the transition from the sheltering into what you're going to talk next with GLTC, I want to make sure that our sheriff's department gets acknowledgement for helping us out during the storm.
Perfect. Thank you. So Lynchburg City Schools was a great partner during this because they stood ready to assist us with an additional shelter location if it were to be needed. We were ready, making contingency plans for larger scale power outages for this event. It didn't come to fruition, but if we were to have power outages that we had to evacuate a neighborhood or a large apartment complex, something like that, the gymnasium at Salvation Army may not have been sufficient for that. So the city schools is who we look to when we need a larger space, and they were ready to help us with anything we needed for that. And they've also been great. Every time they've been closed, they're supporting the community with food pickups for families. They had a pickup this afternoon that gave 2 meals in case they're out Friday and Monday. So they've been doing their nutrition assistance this entire time. GLTC, they were at all of our meetings. They stood ready to assist us with any emergency transportation needs that we might need throughout this event. They provided a bus when we were assisting the University of Lynchburg with the power outage that they had on campus. They provided a bus for warming in case the students needed a place until arrangements were made for them. And they were just ready to assist with anything we needed them for. I'm getting ready to talk about a little bit about what the emergency declaration means.
Before you transition, Piper,
yes.
I want to make sure, because she stepped across something pretty quick there. There was power out at one of our universities, wherein if you look at the map, so the fun thing as a city manager during these inclement events is to follow things like the maps to see where power's out. It showed, and Jonathan, we talked about it, small little speck, right? It looks and it says 1, right? What you don't realize is it's several dormitories with a couple hundred students in it. So I have 2 phones wherein I have Rob Mann from AEP and Dr. Allison Morrison-Shetler on the other, and we're trying to figure out how to make this work. Now, if we rewind the clock to the beginning, where we sat and we had Liberty together with us, we had Centra together with us, and we had these partners who came together around the table. This was one of those moments where GLTC, so these 3 who I think had been up 24 hours at that point, I arrived with hamburgers and French fries, which they thought was maybe Ruth Chris. So they were there with the team on site at the University of Lynchburg. Josh, GLTC shows up with a warming bus, right? Somewhere for students to be, because we didn't know whether or not everyone would be moving into Drysdale, because that was the only element or aspect that had a generator prepared. And what we determined was, in working with AEP and with the university and with the fire department and with others, is that what is it, from the house to the clear out, it's your responsibility. From the clear out to the street, it's on the city. That's how you remember things. This is the element or aspect that we were looking at for the university. And the expectation was, because it was the university's responsibility, we still all jumped in, right? And we helped each other with agreements and everything else. So AEP was looking for a box. Liberty actually sent the, I'll say coils. I don't know what to, but the things necessary. And by 8 o'clock that night, power is back on. So talking about the coordination, the buses and all the elements, those things in these moments, that's why important in these conversations is having the relationships ahead of time. So when we get into these moments, it's easy to pick up the phone and be able to coordinate with one another, because you don't know what you're going to get. And the good news is there's a couple hundred students. They made it through, and the University of Lynchburg did a fantastic job to make sure that they were taken care of. Back to you, Piper, about the local.
Thank you. Okay, so when a local emergency is declared by the city manager, Virginia law requires that the declaration be formally presented to city council for confirmation. So tonight's action to confirm and or terminate does 2 things at once. Confirming the declaration formally ratifies the emergency action that was taken during the storm. Ending the declaration formally ends the emergency response phase and kind of documents our transition over into recovery and back to normal operations. This doesn't mean that the work is over. It just means that the conditions that justify the emergency authorities and the emergency level operations that we've been doing have stabilized. So the emergency declaration was issued on Saturday, January 24th, based on several factors. It was forecasted winter conditions that were expected to create significant travel hazards. We had anticipated impacts to power and other utilities. We anticipated the need to stand up additional sheltering operations, and we realized there was going to be a need for sustained multi-department coordination and 24/7 operations. At the height of the storm, just to give you an idea of what the region was doing at the time, we're part of VDEM Region 3, which has 22 jurisdictions in it. 14 out of the 22 did decide to go ahead and declare a local emergency, and 16 out of the 22 opened their emergency operations centers to some extent. So we were right in line with what everyone in our region was doing. As of right now, only 2 EOCs are still open out of those 22. So we're right in line with what everyone else is doing. The declaration allowed us to track costs and staff time for potential reimbursement. It allowed us to kind of reduce any standard procurement restrictions and enabled the city, if we were to have to do large-scale procurement, it reduced those restrictions. We're recommending termination over here. So departments will absolutely be continuing their follow-up work. It doesn't mean that that we're stopping working at this time. So our posture is consistent with kind of the broader regional effort for this storm. So in summary, tonight's action to confirm and terminate or end the declaration, it formally closes the emergency response phase of Winter Storm Fern. It documents the coordinated work that took place, and it positions us appropriately for recovery and any future reimbursement that might come. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, that's our report. We're positioning you this evening. Our recommendation, as you heard it from Piper, it'll be under your general business. I believe it's the last item upon which you will vote.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Mission.
Questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think a lot of the confusion that stemmed earlier this week appears to be from your decision to abolish the Department of Emergency Services and reassign emergency management functions administratively, which was back in, I think, January of 2024. So one thing that I'm requesting, Ms. Towns, of you is a written legal review to determine whether the city manager has the authority to eliminate a city department the council has adopted and funded without a council vote, and to identify what charter provisions and other controlling authority govern the creation, modification, funding, and elimination of city departments and positions. I think the timing is kind of interesting with that too, because it was just 3 months later after that city council then adopted the current emergency operations plan that we have that was, I think, adopted in April of 2024. So I guess backing up a little bit, kind of pending the results of that legal review. So if we were back under the Department of Emergency Services that previously existed, I think that's where you were assigned, is that correct? And you would have had kind of the same function back then that you have today?
Very similar, yes.
All right. So what I'm interested in knowing about is walking us through like a no warning event, like a direct show, because you were probably here for that. Did you work for the city then?
I did. I was not in this current position, but I did. I was a 911 dispatcher at the time.
Sure. So minute by minute for the first 15 minutes, the emergency operations plan says that the emergency communication center supervisor initiates the EOC activation, notifies the ECC director, who notifies the fire chief under the current model. So how does that work in that chain work in practice? What does that look like if we had because this was different. This was forecasted. We knew it was coming. So if we had something that happened that was a no warning event, what would be different? How would that look?
As a follow-up, point of clarification quickly. What was it that, Mr. Missions, did you say that was abolished? I missed that
The
part.
Department of Emergency Services.
Department of Emergency Services. So what I would offer, and just perspective maybe to remind everyone, is at the time, because I under charter am responsible for personnel. And in making sure that the departments are functioning properly, what I found was that we were carrying quite a few vacancies in the 911 center, and that we weren't necessarily getting the traction that we would normally get in kind of filling those roles. What I understood, there had been precedent here in the city that 911 was enveloped underneath the police department. So what I simply did was to return 911 and its operations and put it underneath the police department and gave a captain, or I want to make sure that I give Officer Leger, what was Leger, is it captain? Captain oversight over that department, and then properly placing Piper and some services that would be in the fire department, right? And move that over into the fire administration building about 2 years. So that in this, there was no one that lost their job. I'm just using the word abolish. There was no one that lost their job. There was nothing that changed other than reporting structures and structural organizational designs, and maybe the location of where a resource or entity is. So in that, I just want to make sure that we understand that no one lost their job. There wasn't a responsibility that was taken or removed or done away with. Those things still function as they were and still are, just reporting underneath different structures, which I think has borne fruit. We've seen, where are our vacancies in 911 right now? 3. So we've seen growth in that, which has been fantastic. And also, I'd say this is more aligned itself, I think, by way of work in cohesion with the fire department, having the emergency operations element in it, and working through things like, and there's lots of acronyms like COOP and other things. So I think in having that synergy, what I've seen, or at least what's been born in my tenure, is kind of
I feel like
an
this
element.
is kind of point away from the questions that I was asking, so I'd like to.
I just thought I'd take that moment.
Clarifying his stance on what you were saying.
No, it's what I asked for a legal opinion on the authority to abolish departments in the city under the charter. Who has the authority to do it? Is it the manager after we've appropriated a budget that has a department in it, or is it council? Does council have to vote to do it? So that was the question. What he said actually didn't even touch on that. He was talking about jobs.
Okay.
And also the mention about the vacancies in the Department of, or the telecommunications department. That doesn't factor in the fact that this last budget we just adopted eliminated 4 positions from the dispatch center. So
Okay, Mr.
continuing on.
Ferrari.
So the first 15 minutes walking through, like, what does that look like? Because that's really what concerns me is if we have a no warning event, because it's not very often that we get you to educate the public and tell us how this looks. So what does that look like when we get a no warning event? Because it's different. It was forecasted. We knew a week out maybe we were going to have something. What would be different in a no warning event?
So it's very similar to what you described. The event would come into the emergency communications center, and they know we have good relationship with them. They know that as soon as they get to the point where they are feeling overwhelmed, they need to run it up their own chain of command. At which time they would let the fire department know. And it doesn't always have to come that way. There are built-in notifications from the computer-aided dispatch system as well, where we will be notified about certain nature codes that tend to require EOC activation on their own. So we'll be notified automatically about certain types of calls, and we'll monitor the notes and spin things up based on that. But if it's a nature code that doesn't automatically notify us from the get-go, they'll notify us themselves.
Like a plane crash or something would probably be.
Yeah, we'll get that, a malicious wounding,
Sure.
structure fire, yeah.
So now, but the thing we were told in the communications that we were provided was that it took about a week to set up the EOC and fire administration. So what specific equipment and capabilities were missing on day one? What critical functions were lost compared to the former emergency communications center model? And what's the city's readiness standard to activate within hours, not days, if we were just told that it took about a week to set up the EOC this time?
We were preparing for a week with varying forecasts, diminishing and also improving, I should say. At some point in time, there actually seemed to be a little light at the end of the tunnel, but the EOC, our facility, was ready. And in the words of one of my favorite principals coming through school, it's not the 4 walls that support the roof that makes that EOC special. It's the people within the building. And so we had the time, talent, treasures. We had the equipment we needed. There was no issue there with a week's notice. We have a generator fully operational. We have all the TV screens and monitoring capabilities. We have all the web EOC connects. We have all the interconnects to other EOCs as needed. So we had no issues there.
So, and I appreciate that, but I'm really interested in, Piper's the expert. I'm interested in her response. Thanks, Chief Wright. And I'm just, what's the difference?
I disagree. I think we're all experts in our own right. Thank you.
Chief Wright, thank you. So the question that I have is what's different? You worked in both.
Mhm.
What's different between having it where it was previously set up with the Emergency Communication Center? And is this the first time it's been set up in the training classroom?
We've had like tabletop exercises in the training classroom, but we've never had a full activation in the training classroom until now. It only takes a couple hours to spin up the EOC, and there's no significant differences in the 2 rooms.
Got it. So
No, you're fine.
This is not relevant to what we're here to talk about. We just had a complete presentation to celebrate what our departments have done. That was what this is about. And ultimately to tell us that we're going to, no, because you're here to try, you have an agenda that we're clearly watching happen
I
here.
don't have an agenda.
To embarrass the 3 people sitting here.
You're
And I'm
embarrassing
not-
yourself. That's the only
No,
thing that's
you are
happening.
a constant
No.
embarrassment. Okay. So Mayor, I'm asking that we let this actually let this end so we can move on.
Yes,
to the
let's
rest of the
move on.
agenda.
Mr.
Please.
Ferrari, and then
We need to
Mr.
move
Wilder.
on.
Thank you.
I had the floor, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I had the floor. You didn't
But-
rule on
but-
any point of order. I had the floor. I've got one more question.
He's not relevant. We need to move
I have
on,
the floor,
Mayor.
Mr. Mayor. I'm addressing you. I'm not addressing
You got make your point real quick and it's over. Because you
Not trying to make a
it
point. I'm just trying to get
seems to me
information.
you on a witch hunt, and this is not
I'm not
about a
on a
witch
witch
hunt. This is about
What is the response time as expected of our emergency services employees to show up for 24/7 duty on the job? If they have to show physically, what is the response time, and are we able to meet that?
Mayor, may I speak?
Okay.
That's a legitimate question. It's about the emergency readiness of our city.
No,
What is the 24/7? The job descriptions say that they are 24/7 jobs. What is the response time requirement of our emergency management personnel to show up on site?
I think it's a legitimate question. I want an answer.
You want an
You're out
answer,
of turn.
and you're going to put it.
Look, everybody stop.
That's
Okay.
not safe. You're going to give away strategies and how our people operate to the
That,
public.
Chris, you have no idea what you're
Mayor,
talking
they're
about.
not here to answer this. This is not their presentation.
No,
It's a legitimate question.
okay, Marty, you out of order. I'm shutting you down. Okay.
Why are we not
The-
acknowledging the response time for our emergency management personnel to show up on
Because
site?
these people been out here working. They've been responding to anything that's been happening. And I don't see any descriptions in their work.
It's a simple question. If we have a event that is a no warning event, what is the anticipated expected response time for our emergency management personnel to show up and be present on the job?
What is your normal response time to any crisis?
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. So
How, like from home to the EOC, if you're required to be here present, how long does it take you to get from home to EOC? What's the requirement for emergency management personnel to show up?
the general expectation for spinning up your EOC when an emergency happens is we'd like to have the emergency operations center activated within 2 hours and go ahead and start working on our public messaging within that first 2 hours of notification of an incident.
But the question I asked specifically is because, I remember when the dredger happened, we had a lot of communication stuff go down. It was a multi-state regional event. If are you in radio range? How do we get a hold of you if there's communications are down? If there's an issue with the weather where you live, what's the response time? What is the response time to get an emergency service?
Point of order, Marty.
It's a legitimate question.
This is irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant.
They come here today to tell us about the events that happened over the weekend, and not about the ratio or anything else. And you have exhausted your time.
I have
you have
responsibility
exhausted
of oversight. to
You
keep the
have
citizens of
exhausted
this
your time. You
city
have
safe.
spoken longer than anybody else. Your time is up.
Why
Mr.
do we
Ferrari,
not want to answer this question? What
Mr.
are we
Ferrari,
hiding? What are we hiding?
nothing. Mr. Ferrari,
Thank you to all of you. Whew. I'm trying very hard to speak through Micah 6:8 right now. If you don't know what that is, he's shown you a mortal what is good and what does the Lord require of you to act justly, love mercy, and walk humbly before your God. I'm trying very hard to speak through that. I'm amazed by what you guys do and what you have done. No response is going to be perfect. I've got a couple parts of town that I've had a lot more phone calls, surprisingly, that I was going to offer as, hey, we've never had ice before like this. I can tell. I grew up in the Northeast. I've never seen ice like this before. So definitely a learning experience and a good one. And so I was going to friendly bring that up and offer that. I'm thankful that we live in a city that has this type of response and takes it that seriously. The reason I started with thank you is not because I wanted to thank you, but it's because that's what was supposed to be what this show was just now. It was supposed to be a thank you, supposedly, coming to the EOC to say thank you for what you're doing. And that thank you has yet to be offered. You want to talk about a no warning event? How about a no warning event where I'm going to use my position on city council to get after you? Not saying I'm going to be asking you these questions so you're prepared. Please have answers ready. That's a no warning event. The only confusion I have, is why a member of council thought to politicize this when all he had to do was ask where the EOC is. Instead, it's broadcast to the world that you guys aren't doing your jobs right and that the manager and his reputation needs to be questioned. It's a load of crap. I challenge every single member of the public to look at the response that this city has put forward and what has been walked through before us just now and say, you can't ask for much better. I want every member of this council to actually say thank you and move on. And man, I have so much more I can and want to say, but my temper's already being pushed.
Mr. Wilder.
Yes, again, I just want to thank all the staff. That was our original purpose. Thank all the staff for all your hard work, for staying up late, for being up late for your own families, for taking care of our city. I mean, staying at the shelters and making sure our citizens who didn't have a warm place to stay, you were supporting them, and all our first responders working together, and all of our water resources and shoveling the snows. I remember they had a water main break over on the Harrison Street. I mean, they were there at 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, freezing cold. Not to mention how cold it was. So I just want to thank the staff for working together for our community as a team. We are so much stronger when we work together, and that shows what Lynchburg is about, that we are stronger together. So thank you all for working so hard. I commend you for all your hard work. Thank you. May God bless you. Thank you.
Ms. Reed.
Thank you. Thank you for every department that spoke and was represented. I know you represent countless people who are exhausted because you were planning way before the snow came. We heard about it, and it has been unbelievable. And I know, you've done as best as you can, considering it was hard to get underneath that ice. And, with law enforcement and fire, you guys were having to worry about things that, you always have to worry about, because there's always a risk of accidents and fires in the best of in driest conditions. And then this, of course, multiplied those risks of your own people too, because if they have to get out in those treacherous conditions, it puts your own people at a greater risk. So thank you. Water, I didn't even know y'all did have that stuff, Tim. I'm always just thinking about the regular water stuff, and then you guys add extra awesomeness on top of that. So thank you. Everybody, I'm so proud. I'm so proud of all of you, and so thankful for, again, just, I know that you calls all night long, departments that normally don't have it and the departments that always do, taking care of our people in the shelters, the families, it's just unbelievable. So truly, from the bottom of my heart, y'all know I love you, and I'm so grateful. And I apologize for what you had to endure, but know that you are loved and celebrated. And you had way more people within the city just grateful. Of course, itching to get out, but they didn't, they knew they couldn't. And so thank you.
Mr. Deemer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, of course, like everyone up here, including my fireman colleague over here, we understand, we know what y'all went through. We appreciate you. I'm sorry for the emotionalism of this. It's been an emotional week when people have lost a lot of sleep, including people sitting in front of me right now. I want you to know we are grateful for the work that has been done by the professional staff, the first responders, the fire department, the police department, the water department, all the departments. Even Parks and Rec. Who knew? But everybody pitched in, and that's what Lynchburg's about. There is a forgotten person I want to make sure we recognize, and that's the citizen, because I watched my fellow neighbors get out and push and shovel and use their snow blowers to help others. And that's the kind of city we are, and I'm proud of my city for that reason. I saw it over and over again, and they helped me personally. My wife was in Florida the whole time. She flew out Friday, got back yesterday, and wondered what all the hubbub was about. And then she tried to shovel a foot of driveway and came back in and said, this is different. And it was. And you guys responded, because every emergency is different. You can't plan for everything. But apparently we had a plan and it seems to have worked well, relatively well. Having developed COOP plans for some of the largest agencies in Virginia, I know when one works, and I know when one doesn't, and our plan, for the most part, worked. But I'm glad for the opportunity to learn. And I look forward to an after-action report. Mr. City Manager, I think there has been some learning. I learned the Emergency Operations Center had moved when I showed up looking for it. So that's the kind of thing that communication can fix, right? And I hope we can learn a lot from this event. I'm thankful for the work that people did. I know that my colleagues all feel that from the bottom of our heart, okay? But let's not forget the people of Lynchburg too. I think it is a legitimate question, having developed COOP plans, how long it takes to get to the EOC in an emergency. I'm not sure why that question is controversial. I have the same question, and I hopefully the after action report will have an answer on that, because I think that's pretty critical. But again, thank you. That's the first thing I want to express, and the last. So thank you.
Ms. Timmer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for being here. This was very helpful. I had a very personal experience with the fire department the other day. It was my first ride in an ambulance, and it was with my son, and they were phenomenal. Was not expecting to need to call 911. Everything's fine. We're all good. But their ability to interact with my son, calm him down, and get us all to where we needed to go was really great. And I actually knew the paramedic that was staffing from a prior tour. So that was a real blessing, and it was great. I also want to piggyback on the neighbors. I had neighbors help shovel and clear the trampoline, because my son would be very disappointed if we no longer had a trampoline with all this ice. So thank you for bringing that up, Vice Mayor Deemer. Mr. Mayor, I understand your ruling and the nature of this conversation today, but I do think it'd be very helpful and pertinent that we as council become informed on some of the EOC components, how that operates for future events. So if we could put that on the agenda at a future time, rather than in the context of today's discussion, that would be very much appreciated.
Yes, ma'am.
So that we can have that discussion moving forward and be apprised of that information. Thank you so much for your time today. Really appreciate it.
And Mr. Manager, you can make sure that happens. Thank you. I'd like to say thank each and every one of y'all, all the city services. I think the citizens, I see citizens getting out, digging out the neighbors, pushing cars. And I even had the privilege of shoveling my 80-year-old neighbor's sidewalk for her. I say it's a privilege. And, and she was screaming through the door there, "Mr. Taylor, it's time for you to go in. We don't want you to have a heart attack." Because I think I moved about 2,000 pounds of ice. But we get it done. And we're Lynchburgans. We got to take care of each other. That's the most important thing, is we take care of each other. I told a group the other day, you don't have to like me, but if you say you're in Christ Jesus, you better love me. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Feel bad dragging them away.
Next item, polling place change. Mr. Pence.
Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. We're coming today to talk to you about a request to review a polling place change. We've had our polling place for precinct 401 have a change in administration there, and make a decision to change their normal schedule. And that precluded us using their facility for elections. And so the electoral board and myself have looked around within that precinct, and we've identified another church that's willing to serve as a polling place. And that new polling place essentially meets the requirements that we have to follow for 24-2 310 in the Code of Virginia. So Thomas More has notified us that due to scheduling conflicts, it will no longer be able to serve as a polling place. And All People's Church has agreed to serve as a polling place as within the same polling precinct 401 in a similar neighborhood to Thomas More Church. You see on the screen there the map that shows you where the new polling place is relative to the old polling place. It is on the down Old Graves Mill Road. It's actually slightly more centrally located. If the map was a little larger, you'd see the actual boundary for the polling place precinct lines, but it's a little more centrally located, and it's on a pretty good thoroughfare. And the parking area there is actually as large, or maybe a little larger than what they had at St. Thomas More. And it's got a nice entranceway from the parking location into their fellowship hall. Nice wide doors. It's ADA compliant, and so we're proposing that this would be our new polling place, and they've agreed to do that for the community. Any questions?
Mr. Ferrari.
It was hard finding one. So I want to commend you guys for your work. And I know I was trying to help where I could,
Yeah.
but commend you for finally finding a spot for one of the busier precincts in town.
Yep, correct.
So, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Mission?
I just want to thank St. Thomas More for their many, many years of service to our citizens and service to the electoral process, and appreciate them greatly as a partner in our community.
I'll ask our electoral board to send them a letter, and we'll facilitate that.
Mr. Deemer?
I'm good.
Mr. Tillman? Thank you, Mr. Pence.
Okay, thank you.
Next item, 1516 Greenview Drive, 798 and 794 Leesville Road. Flume, amending rezoning fuel center and convenience store. Mrs. Rachel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. The purpose of this petition is to rezone and amend the future land use map to allow the construction of a convenience store with fueling pumps. Planning Commission recommended approval of this item at their public hearing on January 14th, and this item will return for City Council's decision on February 10th. Yes. The future land use map recommends neighborhood commercial uses for these properties at the corner of Greenview and Leesville Road. Neighborhood commercial areas are intended to consist primarily of office, retail, personal service, and restaurant type uses. The petition proposes to amend the future land use map to community commercial. These contain retail, personal service, entertainment, and restaurant uses, or clusters of businesses, and often at major intersections. 1516 Greenview Drive has been zoned R1 low-density residential since 1978. 794 and 798 Leesville Road are zoned B3C, Community Business District conditional, to allow the expansion of a existing nursery building in 1987. And 798 Leesville Road was later rezoned to B1 limited business to allow the use of the structure as an office. On the next slide, you'll see a photo of the property's current condition, the existing nursery business and office, as well as the property directly on the corner, which, as far back as aerial photography would let me go, in 1941 has never been improved. If the petition is approved, on the next slide, you'll see the site would be developed into a convenience store, including a fuel canopy and parking improvements. The existing business is proposed to remain, so that's the nursery. A traffic study was submitted with this petition, and the city's engineering division has reviewed and agreed with the findings and the proposed entrance configurations. Planning Commission recommended approval of this item at their public hearing, and again, this would return on February 10th for council's public hearing. There was also as a side note, a concerned neighbor had contacted the vice mayor about some damaged trees near a property line, and the developer has since spoken with that neighbor and is willing to work with them to resolve that concern. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last thing.
The trees that you had mentioned, for one of the adjoining property owners, the developer has made contact with the individual who reached out and is working to resolve that concern.
Great.
It's a little hard to tell which trees are dead right now, at this time of year, but they are willing to work with them.
Anybody have any discussion? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So this would be item number 5. It's for Vice Mayor Deemer and Councilmember Feraldi. They're reaffirming the City of Lynchburg Second Amendment sanctuary status.
I would defer to Chris if you want to start.
At this point, well, I'm still collecting my thoughts. Thank you.
I would like to pass my resolution out. You guys have gotten this in the mail before. But it relatively hasn't changed. It's also on the board portal and been out available to the public, right, for a while.
That's correct.
A lot of you remember the largest public hearing in Lynchburg history was about the Second Amendment sanctuary, which brought out over 1,000 people to see glass a few years back. And didn't know I would be on city council years later trying to re-encourage us to do that, but I think the time is right. I think there's a reason that we need to do it again. This General Assembly has proposed even more legislation that is egregiously taking away our rights in Lynchburg if it passes. And I also sent out an email today to all my colleagues that included the new legislation. Even since this was drafted, I mentioned 6 pieces specifically that were available to me when I wrote this that were coming out. They range from, restricting concealed handgun permits, liability for firearm accessories, restricting unfinished frames, penalizing a visible firearm. Just turning law-abiding citizens into criminals for exercising their Second Amendment constitutional, God-given rights, okay? It's not a Republican issue, not a Democrat issue. I think we have strong support for this in the city. This is a sanctuary city. I just thought it's time to reiterate it based on the new legislature that's in Richmond. There's more legislation that's come out. It's moving forward through committees. This is not a perceived threat. This is a real threat to our rights. And I would be happy to adjust this resolution to include some of the newer pieces that I've emailed y'all that is moving through committees quickly. But the main thing I want to do is make sure we send a strong message that in this city, we respect everyone's right to self-protection, that we all have the right to protect ourselves. And we can't legislate that away. Unlike sanctuary cities for illegals that attempts to ignore existing laws, this is a sanctuary that attempts to recognize and respect the Constitution, the supreme law of our land, and the supreme law of Virginia, which has its own version of the Second Amendment and recognizes the right of all citizens to keep and bear arms, to protect themselves, to protect those they love, their families, their communities. So it's not something we can negotiate on. I think we need to send a strong message to the new legislature and the new governor that in Lynchburg, we stand with our state constitution and we stand with our federal constitution. And this isn't a racial issue. This isn't a gender issue. This isn't a political partisan issue. This is an issue of all citizens, all human beings who want to protect the sacredness of the lives of our family. So I hope we can come to some consensus, and I look forward to working with all my colleagues, especially Mr. Feraldi, who helped lead the effort to make us a sanctuary the first time around as well, and spoke well on that issue, even though the city council at that time chose not to pass it, but eventually did and did the right thing. So thank you all for listening to me. If you have any input, certainly open to it, and hope we can have a good discussion, but I hope we pass this. And so I'm ready to make a motion to adopt it after we resolve any differences that might be in the 2 different versions. If you want to talk about that.
Mr. Ferrari?
Thank you, Mayor. In large part, I agree with what Kurt said. I think the difference here in these resolutions is very nuanced, but it's simple. It is important. In 2023, the council already declared Lynchburg a Second Amendment sanctuary. My resolution does not rewrite that decision or expand on it, but it reaffirms it exactly as adopted in light of everything we're seeing. And to speak to the nuanced difference, in light of determining what a court may or may not do, I would contend Vice Mayor Deemer's proposal goes further than what mine is. It introduces new language, new interpretations, as well as opining on interpretations yet to be defined, and a more activist posture for the city going forward, which is in its own right a very legitimate debate, but I think it's a separate one. My approach is operational. It preserves what we passed and keeps a legally defensible stance and avoids creating exposure for the city. And to put a finer point on it, I believe the Vice Mayor's resolution, the way it's framed, could be interpreted as if a court rules that something we disagree with is in fact constitutional somehow, then we are going to disregard what that court instructs. And it is a very nuanced difference. I think that the safer, more reasoned approach would be to reaffirm the status, to reaffirm what we passed in 2023, what other localities have already passed, and to send a message to Richmond that we disapprove of the direction they're going. For the purposes of right now, if we want to take these things into consideration, that's fine. We do have other things to get to, and we do have 2 weeks to the next meeting. And we can continue to have this discussion then. Needless to say, I would say we have both to review. We've heard both positions. There's no sense in belaboring going back and forth when we do have other things to get to. And we can continue the discussion at that point.
Mr. Wilder.
Yes, thank you for the information. Just to the city staff, I mean, since City Council has passed the Second Amendment sanctuary city, have we have any instances where it was needed or used or utilized or been effective?
I'm not aware of any. We could work with the police department and provide a response to that.
Cases where it was really where it was effective or was utilized, or some cases of that.
If I may, Mayor, I would have an answer for my colleague.
Go ahead.
One of the reasons I believe this is important is sure, we disagree with what Richmond is proposing. But one of the things that Richmond adopted a number of years back is that localities, including ours, could adopt its own variations of local gun control. You can't carry it in a park. Some localities have even said you can't carry it on the sidewalk. You can't carry in City Hall. You can't do with certain things at the local level. Richmond allowed us to consider those. I see this as us saying we're not going to be considering those. We're not going to be adopting those things. That's my personal view of one of the actual practical implications of adopting this, is that we're not going to be considering those things as solutions. So that's my view.
Thank you. But just getting back to my original question, if you could find a response for me, I'd appreciate that. Some instances where it has been, where since we've passed that, where we've seen some examples that it was relevant. Thank you.
Mr. Mission.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the sticking point in here in the resolving clauses where it says city funds, resources, or personnel shall not be knowingly used to enforce laws determined to be unconstitutional under the Second Amendment or Article 1, Section 13 of the Virginia Constitution. Is that the issue that the major difference? If either Mr. Mayor, if either one of my colleagues could answer the question.
That is definitely one of the things that I think makes this version better, because it does address that.
Thank you, Mr.
That would be myself.
And I'm fully in support of that. If it needs to be tweaked in how it's worded, I mean, that maybe maybe something that we can look at, because we've got to really face how extreme these Democrat policies are that are coming out of Richmond. They're talking about turning law-abiding citizens right now into criminals simply for possessing magazines with capacity over 10 rounds. That means if you own a magazine for your current firearm that has a capacity greater than 10 rounds, some of the legislation that's come forward says that if that was to be adopted, you are a criminal for just possessing something you already had, punishable for up to 1 year in jail. And I mean, that is just absolutely outrageous and extreme. And I personally have no problem saying that our position as a city government is, you know what? We're not going to expend your tax dollars to turn you into a criminal with a criminal record for something that you were doing lawfully just the day before this went into effect. So that's the way that I look at this. I don't have an issue with that. And I think that we need to keep a real close eye on these radical Democrat policies that are coming out of Richmond right now.
Roddy.
In answering the question, Mayor, I would say yes. Point 3 is where I think I'm drawing my my stance. I would ask who is determining that these would be unconstitutional under the state constitution. Because if it's us, that's not, we don't have, that's the problems that I'm saying it creates. But if a court rules it, well then yeah, well we're not going to enforce that, no. But you know, that's how this process works. We can Richmond can pass something totally unconstitutional, and we can have slavery until the courts actually grow a set and get rid of it. You know, I mean, that's the truth. So that point 3 is truly, I think, the crux of it. And if we can find a way over the next couple of weeks to ensure we're legally up to muster, I think that's where I'm coming from.
Mr. Mayor, I think if I may, and like I said, the language may need to be tweaked. What that could look like is you look at these radical Democrat localities around the country right now, in states that are turning their localities and states into jurisdictions for criminal illegal aliens. They are choosing willfully to, through policy, right, through policy, directing their employees to not enforce certain things or to not cooperate with federal immigration laws. So it may be a tweak that says, you know what, we're going to create policy in the city of Lynchburg that says, if they pass X, Y, and Z, we're not going to enforce it. It's the same concept. So I think that's something to look at. That's a discussion that we need to have. And it's something that we just need to determine if there's a majority support for that on this council. And that is the will of our citizens that we represent to take that strong of a position. I'm comfortable with taking that position if that's what our citizens want us to do.
Mr. Ferrari.
Profoundly idiotic for us to consider.
That's inappropriate language.
Okay.
That would be profoundly unwise.
Well,
Show you the rule.
It'd be profoundly unwise. If you want me to put a nicer bow on, it'd be profoundly unwise.
Well, what we're going to do is we not going to vote on this, bring it back before council. And we already have a 2A amendment in place. Reaffirm what we got by council. And if Richmond try to do something else, we'll just reaffirm it again. We'll take a stand. We have already passed a 2A amendment here in Lynchburg. We have it. Ms. Timmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm open to the discussion about the language on this point. Respectfully, you don't determine which matter comes before council in this regard because a council member has brought this to the table. So I'm not speaking to the specific language of this point. I think we can address that and work that through, but it needs to go through the agenda process.
That's
All
what
right.
I was saying.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that.
Yes, that's what I was saying.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to belabor the point, and I don't want to be negative of my colleague's version. I want to affirm the things I like about my version, and I think my version reaffirms what Lynchburg has already done, which you spoke to, but it also preserves the historical record of the largest public hearing in Lynchburg history, which I think deserves to be recognized. I also think it anchors our position in the Virginia Constitution, the highest law, above even the courts that my colleague mentioned. And it updates our language to reflect the current Second Amendment laws and the present legislative environment to bring it up to date and make it current and valid and up to date. So reaffirming the exact language would certainly not do that. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Wilder.
I would like for the legal team to review the two drafts, just to give us some opinions of that and how legally can it be challenged, or just what are the thoughts, the effects to have made out on the city if it's passed, and what recommendations y'all might have. Thank you.
Okay. Any more discussion on this? Okay, moving on. Downtown Lynchburg Association Bright Nights on Bluff Walk. Miss Stacy.
Good evening. Hi, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Thanks for having me back again after Bright Nights on the Bluff Walk. So I'll give you a short presentation about that. I know you probably have already received it. Kickoff was November 23rd, and it ran all the way until January 4th. I think we had a little small snowstorm at the beginning of December, but we made it through the rest of the time without any horrific weather that caused people not to come out. November 23rd could not have been a prettier evening for all of us to gather on the Bluff Walk to kick that off. I saw a few of you there, and it's always good to see you all downtown. So first of all, these are pictures from the actual kickoff evening. I want to definitely thank the city for being a part of Bright Nights on the Bluff Walk, Economic Development and Community for helping us with it, Public Works for helping put all the lights out, CLC Landscaping, also Jamerson and Lewis. So all of those came together to make the Bluff Walk what it was, which was merriment, cheer, and a lot of people. And we'll talk about that in just a minute. But I know one thing that was asked of me is, how was this year different from previous years? And it was different for me, especially because from November 23rd to January the 4th, I walked it every night but 5 nights. So in the past, I might have walked it once or twice, but when it's part of your own job and making sure it is entertained and enjoyed by many, it was something that I truly believed in being a part of every single evening. And I will say no evening was the same. There was always smiles. There was always families. There was always people commenting. I took many photos of people along the Bluff Walk. Lots of pretty, I think the peacock was fun because I could have a hidden remote in my pocket and I could change the colors as people were standing there and no one would know how that was actually happening. Same thing for the ornament on the other end. I'm truly blessed by a husband that can figure out when a fuse blows, how we refix that. And so because of the ice that came early, we had to reconfigure some cords on one end because it was sitting in water. And if you know about an extension cord, it's hard to figure out where the weak spot is. So we had to pull cords at one point to switch out one end. And then after that, there was very little trouble. So I greatly appreciate being a part of this for all but those 5 nights. I was actually in Kentucky for my parents' 60th anniversary. So I had people on standby that were able to check it for me. So every night I was getting an update when they all came on at 4:00 to make sure. It is amazing to me though. And so I have a plan in mind for 2026. There's over 20 timers along the Bluff Walk pattern. And on New Year's Eve night, when I was coming up from the Glass House downtown, Tony Cam New Year's Eve party, someone had gone timer by timer
on the whole footprint and had changed it to all night long. So at 1:30 a.m., I was having to walk and change timers back to cut off. So next year we have a plan to maybe keeping that from being so well. It was kind of nice that when you came up, it was still on after midnight, but I'm glad I was there to make sure they were cut off. And I actually got to meet your son in the midst of us figuring out how to get them all cut back off. So so there are definitely some bonuses with living downtown right on the Bluff Walk and being able to take that. So again, I just want to thank all the corporate sponsors, volunteers, and all of the city people that helped make that such an experience for Lynchburg, and people come from all over. So let's look at numbers. Bright Nights Block Party, November 23rd, 2025. And I just want to say that these numbers come from a software called Placer ID, which allows us to track. Economic development, Marjette's team was also able to help with some of these numbers. So on November 23rd, 2025, we were able to tag 6,800 people were there for the Bright Nights events, which was a 17% increase in attendance from the previous year. Not sure if the weather made a difference or what have you. I think it's just becoming a well-known activity for all those that get to come. And we were able to also be able to track and tell you that 65% traveled from outside city limits. So they came outside of the Lynchburg city, which I think is commendable. Out of 6,800, I only got one email that said they couldn't find parking. So that's a true blessing that one car was not able, but I encouraged them to come back before January the 4th so that they could find parking and enjoy the Bright Nights on the Bluff Walk. It is a family-friendly event. I know a lot of families did visit. We had 65 crafters, 20 food vendors, and lots of live entertainment all along that footprint. And I believe there were no arrests made that evening as well. So when you have that many people down there, that's just great family fun time to start off the holiday with some wonderful cheer and merriment. I did ask a couple of businesses and restaurants what their thought of Bright Nights was. And so one that we all know well, Shay's Unique Gifts, she's been downtown before downtown was actually the cool place to be. She said that Sunday was one of the busiest and best shopping days of her season. And I won't read all of this to you all because you all definitely have probably already read it. And from the Perry Restaurant Group, they know at Bootleggers, they welcomed over 2,000 new guests there on the weekends. That didn't include the weekdays. And she said a lot of them drove in to enjoy the Bright Nights, which just reinforces when we're bringing the foot traffic, it's supporting the restaurants and strengthening what we want, which is the vitality of downtown Lynchburg. And then the Craddock Terry, they've been doing the tree for over 15 years. So that's been a tradition that they've had. But they said the Bright Nights has become a magical experience. And they're so grateful to DLA, the city, and all the sponsors for all that they do to make this event such a success. And it does definitely kick off the holiday season. I mean, once you kind of see it all light up, it's like the holidays have begun. And I just appreciate the partnership with Craddock Terry because I actually have a photo that the Craddock Terry took from atop of the hotel when we all were standing down there to light the tree up. It is amazing how many people are down there. I mean, when you get the aerial picture, it is people everywhere. And I think we all always take a heavy breath when that tree lights up when we count it down. So there was no issues. And I think the snow was blowing backwards, which, was also kind of fun for the evening. And I liked being up on the high rise. I think that allowed people to see the mayor, the city manager, as we counted that down together. And I think that was a great experience. So thank you for being with me on that evening. Economic impact. So when we look at, and we just went through December 31st, because that gave us, and that's a picture from last year. That's not the current picture, but you can see it does crowd in there. From November 23rd to December 31, there was 2,708 unique visitors 278,000 unique visitors to downtown. That's up 54% from 2024. Again, this is through Placer ID software and the economic development. 24,000 of those visitors were on the Bluff Walk during that period of time that we've been able to calculate, which is up 96% from 2024. And then 43 of those visitors during that time frame, again, were visitors from outside the city. So again, we've seen an increase in people coming, knowing about the Bluff Walk, the Bright Nights, and coming in. So when you're looking at, and again, this is all coming from economic development, direct business sales, 2.6 million. And direct business sales is the money that the people actually spent during that time. Total business sales was 3.4, and that's how the spending circulates through the economy. And then the local taxes that were collected by the city was 151,300, and that's how the city collects revenue from the sales of meals, lodging, and amusement tax. So again, a great economic impact thanks to the city that you allow us to bring the Bright Nights to the Bluff Walk. Again, I wanted to just give you an impact example. Again, I will not read all of that to you because it is quite lengthy, but this is from Shelley, who's the Director of Sales and Marketing at the Virginian Hotel. I think it was great to incorporate them because they're not directly on that footprint. They're kind of further off the Bluff Walk, so it's great to get their insight. She says that this 6 weeks experience enhances our guest stays by encouraging them to explore the Bluff Walk, local shops, restaurants, and attractions in a truly festive setting. Events like Bright Nights demonstrates the power of thoughtful citywide activation and partnerships. And her estimate of revenue sales for the hotel only during the November 23rd through January 4th was $87,000 that the hotel made on its own. So I appreciate her quote there and being a part of it. Here is Lynchburg Living's new Best Of. If you haven't seen it, it is out and available to you. Downtown Lynchburg on page 121, Best Event and Festival. Bright Nights on Downtown got the Silver Award. So we actually have been recognized in the Lynchburg Living magazine. So you can take it and be proud of that you're a part of that. And then the last quote I thought was important because this was a lady named Terry that was staying downtown in one of the lofts behind Glass House. She had actually emailed me about could I put her in contact with a realtor because they're looking to move here. So we were able to put her in contact with someone, but after she and the realtor talked, she sent this quote to me, which I thought was great from an outsider's perspective. She just said, "We walked back to our Airbnb after dinner at Hueso Loco. If you haven't been there, it is good, and viewed the bright lights one more time as I never get tired of them. Downtown Lynchburg is vibrant and has such a good vibe. We are looking forward to making a move here." And that is Terry. And I think when we look at our 2040 master plan, vibrant and a good vibe and safer and cleaner. And I think when you review the Bright Nights packet, you see we have encompassed all of that over a short span of time. So again, from DLA and from my position, not only did you impact my holiday by making me get out and walk, which is important when it's Christmas and I'm eating the way I am, but to be a part of our community in a way that I haven't been before truly is magical. And it allowed us to represent this great city that we live in. So thank you for allowing me to share this with you and being a part. And I hope you all were all able to come out at some point, maybe not one time, but many times, to enjoy all the festivities that were out there. I have some thoughts for 2026 on how I'm going to change it just a little. So stay tuned.
Ma'am, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. They got questions.
Sure.
Something.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I just wanted to give some shout outs. So over the Christmas break when all my kiddos were home, we decided to like really spend some time just digging in, spending local, shopping local, and ended up spending a lot of time in the downtown area because there were a lot of new shops that have opened up, and we just had the best time. It just made my heart warm seeing some new locally owned businesses. Hueso Loco was delicious. It was fun. We were down there at night one time and just being able to walk out on the Bluff Walk and seeing a lot of people that were obviously visitors enjoying it, or visitors into the city, and just going. One day we went out and there was a new shop over kind of near, gosh, where was it? It was down near where, bless their heart, the White Hart is. But right in there, and it was so cute in there. They had books and like LYH. Yes, LYH, kind of the upside down thing that's all trendy now. Really cute little store. So a lot of fun stuff that we got to do. And I just had the best time going around the city. I actually, went over to Gibbons Bookstore for the first time. Loved that. That was great. And we just have a really great city and a lot of really great locally owned businesses that I think people don't see as much as they should, including myself, because we kind of all go to the big stores, which we have to, but I really encourage people to take time to see our locally owned businesses and enjoy them. But it was great being downtown and seeing the lights specifically because they're so nice. And I love that we stay open a little bit longer past the holidays for people that come in for that extended time, especially like my kiddos that stay longer. So thank you for that. It was great.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilder.
Yes, thank you for the report. This is amazing to see over 7,000 people that came to that event and to seeing how 65% came from outside of our city. It just shows the great quality of life we have in our community. And it's important to have events and festivals like this that brings people into our city where tax dollars are being received, that we can flourish our city even more. So thank you for that. I had an amazing time that night. I left my camera in the car, which was parked at City Hall, and I didn't know how to strip to go back and get it. So a few friends I ran into took some pictures. Some people from Foster Field took some pictures with me so I could use their pictures from my Facebook. So I came back another night. Again, I walked that. I could park closer that time. So I walked down and took some more pictures. But again, thank you for that. It's just one of the reasons why I'm so attracted to have stuff like that in our city. It makes it so much better. Thank you.
Ms. Timmer.
But I missed the opening, but we did go down. I got a surprise visit and the family went down and enjoyed the bluff walk. I have a request though.
Okay.
So my son decided that tunnel of lights was like his personal runway and just laps. And it wore him out. We slept great that night. So if there's any opportunity for like kid interactive light type things, parents will be so happy. He was so tired. So anyway, totally piggybacking the sentiment, but yeah, that's a great idea. So it was a lot of fun. Thank you.
Glad you enjoyed.
Mr. Deemer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Stacy, what a fantastic event. Normally I say there's always opportunity for improvement. That's one of the things I frequently bring up, but I don't have one thing that I would have changed. I look forward to hearing your ideas of changes next year. I'm sure they will be awesome.
Well,
You
thank
did a really, really great job. This city loves Christmas. This area, obviously outside the city, loves Christmas. The holidays are a great time. And what an opportunity to have a family-oriented event that was family-friendly, that I was proud to bring my family to. And I can't wait till next year. So keep up the great work.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you.
Roll call. Roll call items. Anybody? Mr. Ferrari?
My item will be on business item briefing at the next meeting. Thank you. I'm so sorry. Okay, very, very, very quickly. Of all areas, again, thank you for the response for the storm. I'm just going to be speaking quickly. So it's been great. However, Perrymont and the Sandusky area have been the hotbed for people reaching out to me about concerns related to snow, ice removal. So I think it's probably related to the topography and the age of Midtown, but more so Perrymont area. So if we can have folks look at the Perrymont area, Golf Park Ave primarily, I've had multiple people just on that one street independently of each other reach out. So thank you. Sorry.
Ms. Reed?
I already thanked our amazing departments for their response and all their hard work. So just do that again. Good job. And also wanted to give a shout out to the Liberty University cheer team who placed second in nationals down in Orlando. No, not nationals. Worlds down in Orlando, to include my very own son. So yay, good job, guys. That was awesome. And then also to another one of my sons, my oldest son, just passed his FAA check ride to be a captain with the airlines today. So I'm a super proud mama today.
Amen.
So thank you.
Amen. Dr. Wilder?
Just real quick. Again, unfortunately, we had a shooting at the Greenfield Market, right, on Florida Avenue.
Mhm.
So we were praying. I'm not sure how the person that got injured is doing, or 2 people. So we continue to pray for them. We did unfortunately have a murder last week. Kanaja Ware. I knew him. He was just in our church 2 weeks ago. And he's best friend of Caesar Johnson's son, so a close friend of our family. So we're praying for his family. I think the funeral might be this weekend. I believe they're still kind of fine-tuning arrangements. But again, let's continue to pray for them. The gun violence in our community it's so horrible. So we're praying that we, as a community, can come together and love more and show more love more, and make sure if we do have arms, make sure we protect them so they won't be stolen. I said that's a big thing where those guns, like in cars, are stolen a lot. So make sure when you be a responsible gun owner that we don't have them out in our cars and unlocked, things like that. Thank you.
Good. Ms. Timmer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've already done, each of us has contributed to this, but truly thank you to our EMS and first responders with the weather event this past weekend. Public Works, everybody that was involved in that is greatly appreciated. Winter, thank you so much for your help with getting the doctors out. Got a call from a constituent that we needed some doctors at Centra and getting them out quickly. Greatly appreciate that. I sent you another road list and I've got a couple more for you. So anyway, the pipeline is flowing. Shoot me an email and I'll get it to Winter. Greg, we've talked about this a lot, but I'm going to bring it up. And then also in the context of the budget discussions coming up, deer population, what we can do in relationship with surrounding counties and potential partnerships. We've got to cull the population. They're a health hazard, a safety hazard, and creating a lot of property damage. So what we can explore from that as a financial priority, that is a priority for me as we look into the budget season. So thank you.
Mr. Missions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple things. First thing is, it's been a long time since we've heard any updates on the Safe Haven baby box situation, and that would be something to get a presentation on in our next work session. Would be great to see where we are with that, because I feel like there's been some personnel changes and some things, and want to make sure that that doesn't slip through the cracks. Second thing is regarding Mr. Feraldi's business item briefing for the next work session, if we can have the police chief here for that, because I've got some questions about the different types of 287G agreements, because there's also like a warrant model. There's some different models that we could do other than just a full-blown task force that I don't think is intensive with personnel. You know, it's nice to say that we're going to take a position. It's better to actually do something and act. And we need to give our police officers every tool possible in the toolbox if they encounter criminal illegal aliens in our city, to be able to enforce our federal immigration laws and do that. And that's some sort of agreement like that will. When Richmond is trying to take a position to make us a sanctuary state for violent criminal illegal aliens, we need to take an opposite position of that. We need to give our police officers every tool and every option available to keep our citizens safe. And Melinda Drive, I've got some complaints about the ice removal on Melinda Drive, particularly from a church down there, where I guess there's the way it was done, it's going to be nearly impossible for like parking and stuff. So if we can just check that out. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Again, just I want to have that moment where I tell the first responders I really appreciate what they did. I also took a ride in the ambulance in the last couple of weeks, and they were there for me. So hope that's not a trend on council, but the great responders out there, especially in the hospital, were awesome. Things are okay. I'm doing fine, but ultimately, thank you again. I think we do need an after action report I want to reiterate that. I hope it would include answers to Mr. Midgen's questions, as well as some I've shared with you. Cornerstone is still a question. I've brought it up to you. I think the business area is pretty good. It's back in the residential areas where the streets are still in need of some tender love and care. So if you can help those folks out, maybe we can figure out exactly what they're looking for out there. But thank you again for everybody that contributed, especially as citizens, to make this week survivable by all of us. Because when we work together, we are better. And when we take care of our own and our own families, that's the start of first response. We are our own first responders. Thank you.
We have a motion to adjourn.
No, because we're going to a work session or a meeting after this.
Going to a meeting? Meeting over. See y'all at 7 o'clock.